Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our meeting for June, our ordinary meeting for June. Just a reminder to make sure that you have logged on to the meeting, councillors, and obviously when we conclude the meeting, we'll log out of that. Today, councillors, we welcome quite a number of people, both watching online and particularly in the room. Our new cohort of customer service officers, welcome to you all, very much indeed, and welcome to employment of Toowoomba Regional Council, a very diverse job you have at the customer centre. Any given moment you don't know what the call may be or request, and I guess that makes the job exciting in some ways. So welcome to you all as part of our Toowoomba Regional Council, and thank you for what you'll do for our region. I acknowledge all councillors present, everyone is here today, and acknowledge the CEO, Brian, our General Managers, and as I say, those who are watching in online as well. This meeting is open to the public. Councillors, I will go directly to the first item, which is the acknowledgement of traditional owners, and acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to the elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. And councillors, before we move to item 2, I just wanted to make a couple of little announcements, the first of which is to formally welcome our sister city delegation from Wanganui. We have Mayor Andrew Tripe, Councillor Glenda Brown, Marianne Kavanagh, who's the General Manager of Community and Customer Experience, and we also have Sarah O'Hagan, the General Manager of Community Property and Places, Jimmy Elliott, the Tour Operator of Weir Tours, and a delegation of 8 in agribusiness conducted by Colleen Sheldon, and they're here to look at a variety of agribusinesses across our region. But a particular welcome to Wanganui. We celebrate 40 years of our relationship, and there's quite some similarities between Wanganui and ourselves, least of which is the fact that Wanganui is regarded as New Zealand's most beautiful small city, and one could argue that we have a similar status in our nation. They're also UNESCO City of Design, which was achieved only a couple of years ago, and it's certainly something that this council perhaps should aspire to at some stage. There's also relationships between the Toowoomba Golf Club at Middle Ridge and the Wanganui Golf Club that's been going for some time, and probably something that flies under the radar a bit is the association with the Toowoomba Turf Club. Toowoomba Turf Club, of course, was established in 1882, and Wanganui Turf Club was established in 1848. It was the first turf club, in fact, in New Zealand. And that relationship has been going for many years now, and it continues to foster and develop. Ironically, in some sense of timing, Wanganui is also going through a long-term plan for their community, and they've been doing a lot of community engagement in regard to that. They've also undertaken a $70 million refurbishment of their Sargent Gallery, which was built in 1919. It's going through refurbishments for being fully earthquake strengthened, something thankfully we don't necessarily need to hear. However, it's also been extensively restored and is set to open in November of this year. So not dissimilar to conversations, councillors, we've had with our art gallery as well. They're here for the week, the delegation. They'll be visiting areas of council such as the waste management systems, Queen's Park upgrade and the Russell Street refresh, as well as chatting with the Toowoomba Chamber of Commerce, and we're hopeful that the council delegation will be with us tomorrow for a period of time as well. But councillors, I wanted to just share with you the gift that was presented to council last evening from our sister city, Wanganui. It's a beautiful piece of glasswork from New Zealand Glassworks at Wanganui, which is internationally acclaimed. It actually depicts the kakapo feather, and the glasswork is inspired by the vibrant green feathers of the kakapo bird, a large flightless nocturnal bird that held great cultural and spiritual value for the Maori. Kakapo feathers were often used individually woven into cloaks, their skin softened and used in garments for the wives and or daughters of chiefs. The bird is now one of the rarest parrots in the world, saved from extinction only by an intensive program of care and management. So that we'll find a nice and appropriate spot to have that featured in City Hall at some point in time. So welcome to the region, to Wanganui, to the Mayor, and I know that they are watching online this morning. They're about to go to have a look at our waste management facility, so they were tuning in at 9 o'clock. So welcome to them all, and we hope to see them again in the next couple of days. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to point out, while we've got Tom here, that the Wanganui Glassworks are in the old Wanganui Chronicle building, which was owned in the same ownership. So it's a lovely studio, and they still call it the Chronicle building. So
Great history and good connection. In fact, in their City Hall, the Mayor was saying last night, they have a room in City Hall called the Toowoomba room. So the connection is deep. So that's in some very good news. In some another statement I would like to make this morning is that this Thursday will be the celebration of the life of one of our philanthropists and entrepreneurs in Clive Armitage. And I just wanted to particularly mention that our region is the beneficiary of the incredible generosity of Clive and Conchita Armitage. Our thoughts are with Conchita and the family at this sad time with the loss of Clive. Clive had a passion for providing opportunity for our youth. He brought, as many would know, the first McDonald's restaurant to Toowoomba in the 1970s and provided employment for literally hundreds of youth over the decades. Some families are now in their second and third generations working at McDonald's. Clive's significant financial contribution also to the Empire Theatre Foundation provided the opportunity for youth to develop their performing arts, a real passion for youth and seeing them achieve. So on behalf of our community, thank you to Clive for having a hugely positive influence on so many lives. Your generosity and passion of our city and region will never be forgotten. Rest in peace. So to Clive and to Conchita and the family, our thoughts are with them as well. So councillors, we move then to item number 2, which is the reception of deputations and delegations by appointment, of which today we don't have any of those. So we move then to item number 3, which is the attendance, including apologies, leave of absence, granting leave of absence, and declarations of conflict of interest. We do have some conflicts of interest. Before we go to that, though, we will deal with any leave of absence that may be required. Now, Councillor O'Shea, I do have here that you're absent today, but you're clearly here, so welcome. However, you do have another absence, perhaps, that you'd like to put forward?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. One that I will be absent from. I need to apply for leave for the day of Wednesday, the 26th. Should there be any statutory special meeting?
Special meeting of council. Okay, 26th of June. Moved Councillor James. Happy to second that. Councillor Rebecca, the Deputy Mayor. Those in favour? That motion's carried. Are there any other leaves of absence? Councillor Bill?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I would like to apply for leave of absence on the 25th of this month, the special meeting of council, if I may.
That's next Tuesday, yes. Councillor Bill. If you're happy to move that that's your absence, going to have someone seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Any other leave of absence or granting a leave of absence anyone would like? If not, councillors, we move then to the conflicts of interest. You all will have your sheets, I hope, of conflicts of interest, and we'll work through those in the order that they appear on the sheet. So the first declaration of conflict of interest is Councillor Edwina Farquhar.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like, in relation to item number 8, reception consideration of committee reports, item 8.1, Planning and Development Committee report, confidential planning, Environmental Court of Appeals, compensation claims for May 2024. In relation to matter number 2, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 4, MCUI 2022-3590, development application for a development permit for material change of use, impact, extension to educational establishment located at 46 to 50, 51 and 53 Wirrawirra Street, East Toowoomba. at the special meeting of Council on 29th of November 2023 and of my decision to leave the meeting while the matter was discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor Edwina. Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Mayor. This is also in relation to item number 8, the reception and consideration of committee reports, specifically item number 8.1, the Planning and Development Committee report, item number 6, confidential planning, planning and environment, court appeals and compensation claims, May 2024, and item number 7, confidential update on planning and environment court appeal, number 142 of 2024, revised plans, Essence Estate. In relation to number 6, matter number 1 and item number 7, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 5, confidential planning, planning and environment court appeals and compensation claims, January 2024, at the Planning and Development Committee meeting of the 13th of February 2024. And in relation to item number 6, matter number 2, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 4, MCUI 2022-3590, development application for a development permit for a material change of use impact extension of educational establishment located at 46 to 50, 51 and 53 Wirrawurra Street, East Toowoomba, Queensland 4350, at the special meeting of Council of the 29th of November 2023, and in my decision to leave the meeting while the matters were discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave the meeting while the matters are discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor Rebecca. We move then to Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. A couple actually to read out regarding item number 8, reception and consideration of committee reports, 8.1, Planning and Development Committee, regarding item number 6, confidential planning, planning environment court appeals and compensation claims of May 2024, and item 7, confidential update on planning and environment court appeals number 124 of 2024, revised plans, Essence Estate. In relation to item number 6, matter number 1 and item number 7, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest related to item number 5, confidential planning and environment court appeals and compensation claims, January 2024, at the Planning and Development Committee meeting of 13th of February 2024, and in relation to item number 6, matter number 2, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 4, MCUI 2022-3590, development application for a development permit for a material change of use impact extension to educational establishment located at 46, 50 and 53 Wirrawurra Street, East Toowoomba, at the special meeting of Council on 29 November 2023, and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matters, including by voting on these matters. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I'll participate in the decision about the matters, including by voting on the matters. Chair, I also need to declare one in relation to item number 8, reception and consideration of committee reports, item number 8.5, Finance and Business Strategy Committee report, and item number 3, sale of land for overdue rates and charges. In relation to item number 3, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 3, sale of land for overdue rates and charges at the Finance and Business Strategy Committee meeting of 12th of June 2024, as an involved party of mine is mentioned. I note my decision to leave the meeting while the matter is discussed and voted on, and as the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave the meeting while the matter is discussed and voted on. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Tim. We move now to Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor. My declaration of declarable conflict of interest, item number 8, reception and consideration of committee reports, item number 8.1, Planning and Development Committee report, item number 6, confidential planning, planning and environment court appeals and compensation claims, May 2024. Item number 7, confidential, update on planning and environment court appeal number 142 of 2024, revised plans, Essence Estate. In relation to item number 6, matter number 1 and item number 7, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 5, confidential planning and environment court appeals and compensation claims, January 2024, at the Planning and Development Committee meeting of 13th of February 2024, and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter.
Thank you very much, Councillor Melissa. We now move to Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I have a declarable conflict of interest, item number 8, reception and consideration of committee reports. Item number 8.1, Planning and Development Committee report. Confidential planning and environment court appeals and compensation claims, May 2024. Item number 7, item number 7, update on planning and environment court appeals number 142 of 2024, revised. In relation to item number 6, matter number 1 and item number 7, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 5, confidential planning and environment court appeals and compensation claims, January 2024, at the Planning and Development Committee meeting of the 13th of February 2024, and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. I also have a declaration of declarable conflict of interest, item in Finance and Business Strategy Committee report, item number 8.5, item number 3, sale of land for overdue rates or charges. In relation to item number 3, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 3, sale of land for overdue rates or charges, at the Finance and Business Committee meeting of the 12th of June 2024, and of my decision to leave the meeting while the matter was discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave the meeting while this matter is being discussed and voted on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. We move now to Councillor Kerry Shine.
Thanks, Mayor. In relation to item number 6, confidential planning and environment court appeals and compensation claims, May 2024. In relation to matter number 2, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 4, MCU I 2022-3590, development application for a development permit for a material change of use impact extension to educational establishment located at 4650, 51 and 53 Wirrawira Street, East Toowoomba, Queensland, 4350 at the special meeting of Council of 29 November 2023, and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kerry. I too have a declaration of declarable conflict of interest on item number 8, reception and consideration of committee reports, item number 8.1, Planning and Development Committee report, item number 6, confidential planning and environment court appeals and compensation claims, May 2024, item number 7, confidential update on planning and environment court appeal number 142 of 2024, revised plans Essence Estate, OIM Pty Ltd. In relation to item number 6, matter number 1 and item number 7, I request that it be minuted that I declare a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 5, confidential planning and environment court appeals and compensation claims, January 2024, at the Planning and Development Committee on 13 February 2024, and on my decision to leave the meeting while the matter was discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave the meeting while the matter is discussed and voted on, and we'll deal with that at that time and need to appoint a chair, as both Mayor and Deputy Mayor will be out of the room through conflicts of interest when we get to that point. Councillors, are there any other conflicts of interest? Councillor James?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I have a declaration of declarable conflict of interest in item number 8, reception and consideration of committee reports, item number 8.1, Planning and Development Committee report. Item number 6, confidential planning and environment court appeals and compensation claims, May 2024, and item number 7, confidential update on planning and environment court appeal number 142 of 2024, revised plans Essence Estate. In relation to item 6, matter number 1 and item 7, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 5, confidential planning and environment court appeals and compensation claims January 2024 at the Planning and Development Committee meeting of the 13th of February 2024, and of my decision to leave the meeting whilst the matter was discussed and voted on.
Thank you very much, Councillor James. Councillors, are there any other considerations for conflict of interest? If there's not, if there's something that does crop up though through the course of the meeting that either you or you feel another member of council has a conflict or perceived conflict in any way, can you please raise that with the chair at that time? Councillors, we move then to item number 4, which is the confirmation of minutes of the ordinary meeting of 28 May 2024. Everyone was present, and the motion is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of council dated 28 May 2024 be confirmed. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Okay, councillors, Connie, we're right with that. We move then to item number 5, business arising out of the minutes of the previous meetings. Anything business arising? If not, councillors, we move then to item number 6, which is the presentation of petitions. I don't have any advice at this stage. Councillors, are there any petitions? There's no petitions. We move then to the next item, which is item number 7, business of which the Mayor wishes to have considered this meeting without notice. It's a mayoral minute. Councillors, just through the mayoral minute process, there's no notification required. However, councillors were furnished with this proposed motion prior to today, and Connie will have this up on the screen very shortly. It's really an opportunity for us to close a loop on a motion that was put forward on the 28th of May. The motion is that council adopt the recommendation comment of the Audit Committee at its meeting on 5 June 2024 as follows. 1, that the Audit Committee supports council's need for strategic and operational financial information available to them to carry out their decision-making process, and to that end recommend a workshop with councillors to facilitate a council decision in response to its previous decisions on 28th of May 2024, item number 13.1, on amendments and inclusions to monthly financial reporting. The recommendation or the motion is there before you, councillors. That's as a direct result of the Audit Committee, which is following the ordinary meeting of council, to close out that motion, and then for council to either accede with the Audit Committee's recommendation or not, and therefore the proposal is that council adopt the recommendation. Anyone wanting to ask a question? Councillor Rebecca? Question?
Just a question, Mayor. If it would be beneficial to put a timeline on the workshop, when you'd like the workshop to take place.
I might just seek advice from the General Manager of Finance, as I know that the team have been working on a potential workshop, and that may fall very soon.
Yeah, good morning, councillors. We have filled out the relevant paperwork, so we're ready to go when a slot becomes available for that workshop. So it'll be as soon as possible.
Okay.
If you wanted to add workshop as soon as possible after workshop, we can do that.
I think it's happening, Mayor, to be honest. If you've so moved, I'm happy to second.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. We then move to item number 8, which is the reception and consideration of committee reports. And councillors, we have gone through already the declarations. However, particularly this first one, the planning and development one, there will be a point in time that we have to appoint a chair for that part of the meeting. The first motion, councillors, is that the report of the Planning and Development Committee dated the 11th of June 2024 be received, and with the exception of items number 6 and 7, the recommendations therein be adopted. Need to make reference to obviously the declarations in item 6 and 7, that's why they're removed. So the motion is there before you. We just need to add in there item number 6 and 7. Connie? Unless there's anything else, anyone else would like to pull out, councillors, within these? There were 4 items. If nothing else needs to be pulled out, items 6 and 7. The motion is there before you, councillors. That's the first motion of the Planning and Development, moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. So now we have, councillors, the second part of the motion. This is where we need to make reference to declarations of declarable conflicts of interest, which include Councillor Farquhar in item number 6, matter 2, Councillor Von Hoff in item number 6, matters 1 and 2, and item 7, Councillor McMahon, item 6, matters 1 and 2, Councillor Melissa Taylor, item 6, matter 1 and item 7, Councillor Cara Taylor, item 6, matter 1 and 7, Councillor Shine, item 6, matter 1, matter 2, Councillor O'Shea, item 6, matter 1 and item 7, and Councillor McDonald, myself, item 6, matter 1 and item 7. Therefore, councillors, I will be out of the room for a part of this. Councillor Rebecca will be out of the room for all of this, and therefore we need to appoint a chair for this section of the meeting, which is the first thing we shall do, and then the chair will take over and assume the role while Councillor Von Hoff, Councillor O'Shea and myself leave the room. All clear? Do we need to appoint a chair? Someone, Councillor Shine?
Nominate Councillor McMahon.
Councillor Shine nominates Councillor McMahon. I have a seconder for that motion. Seconded by Councillor Gardner. Those in favour? That motion's carried. So Councillor Tim, you'll be up here, and you've got a run sheet in front of you here as well to assist. Councillor Rebecca, you and I will leave the room for the time being. Councillor James and myself will come back in. Councillor Edwina will go out, and Councillor Rebecca stays out. And we'll just work it through it patiently and methodically, and we'll get it right. Good on you.
Colleagues, we move to item 6 in the committee reports from Planning and Development, and we've appointed the chair, so we need to move to item 6.1. Are we going to do them separately? Item 6, number 1. So we've already done this. Matter 1. That matter 1 of the confidential report on planning and environment court appeals and compensation claims for May 2024 be noted by council. Do I have someone to move that one? Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor Carroll. All those in favour? And then we'll come back to 6.2 and we'll move now to item 7. Did we need to include a division of the last one? The last one, I believe, 6.1 was unanimous. So we move to item 8.1 in the Planning and Development Committee, and I will read it out. That in the matter of IM1 Priorities Limited and Toowoomba Regional Council, Council refused the revised plan as submitted, and Council authorised the Chief Executive Officer to settle the matter in accordance with the Officer's original recommendation to item number 4, RAL 2022-6360, reconfiguring a lot, reconfigure 2 into 170 lots, 170 residential lots, 1 drainage reserve lot existing, and new roads and new roads located at 1 to 11 Tallerwood Boulevard, Cotswold Hills, Queensland 4350 of the special meeting of Council of 20th of December 2023. Do I have someone move that motion? Councillor Gardner, seconded by Councillor Shine. Is there any need to go into debate? Councillors noting it's all in confidential. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Against? 1. I was against. Motion is moved, so colleagues, we will now move to matter 2 for the Planning and Environment Court. I'll ask Councillor McDonald to return and to assume the role of chair, Councillor Farquhar to leave, Councillor Von Hoff already absent, and Councillor James, I believe, already absent. Thank you, colleagues.
Okay, so we should still have.
James, are you
Okay.
the school one?
No, he's right. So that's perfectly fine. Thank you, Councillor Tim. So Councillor Rebecca, Councillor Edwina are out of the room for this item, and the motion is there before us that matter 2 of the confidential report on planning, environmental court appeals and compensation claims for May 24 be noted by council. Moved by Councillor Carol Taylor, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. So we can now move forward and bring the councillors in. Welcome back, Councillor Edwina, Councillor Rebecca, welcome back. Okay. We've recorded those votes, of course, Connie, haven't we, just as a result of the declarations. Councillors, we then move to item number 8.2, which is the Water and Waste Committee. There was one item in the Water and Waste Committee, which was item number 3, Crestbrook Dam Safety Upgrade Project, full supply level management. The motion, councillors, is there before us. The report of the Water and Waste Committee dated 11 June 2024 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 8.3. Now, there were no items submitted for the committee for 11th of June. However, there is still a need for the motion that the report of the Infrastructure Committee dated 11 June be received. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, we move then to item 8.4, which is the Environment and Community Committee. There are 5 items in which we need to vote on. Are there any items, councillors, that anyone would like to pull out of those? If not, councillors, the motion before us is that the report of the Environment Community Committee dated 12 June 2024 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We move then, councillors, to item 8.5, which is Finance and Business Strategy. Now, we do have a couple of councillors who have declared a conflict and will remove themselves from the room. There is only one item, and therefore Councillor Carroll and Councillor Tim, if you could just depart from the room for this vote, and then we'll go to the motion. Okay. The motion is simply because there is only one item. It's not done as a separate item. The report of the Finance and Business Strategy Committee dated 12 June 2024 be received. Moved by Councillor Bill, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. So we can bring Councillor McMahon and Councillor Carroll back. Welcome back, Councillor Carroll and Councillor Tim. Item number 8.6, councillors, is the Economic Development Committee. There were no items submitted for the committee. However, there is a motion before us that we need to adopt. And the motion is that the report of the Economic Development Committee dated 12 June 2024 be received. Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Councillors, we move to item number 9, which is the monthly financial statement, and welcome General Manager Anne-Marie to come forward for this report and ask Anne-Marie if you'd like to speak to this and then answer any questions. Welcome, Anne-Marie.
Good morning, councillors. I'm happy to take that report as read. You'll notice we did include a couple of extra graphs just ahead of our workshop and following on from Councillor Gary's request, and also included a confidential attachment, which is our investment report. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Anne-Marie, and thank you for the additional information, particularly around the confidential report as well. Councillors, are there any questions for Anne-Marie in regard to the monthly performance? Councillor Carey and then Councillor Tim.
Oh, no, I don't know.
Okay, Councillor Carey.
No, thanks, Mayor. Anne-Marie, just referring to the FA summary report, I noticed that the percentage of approval is 74.36%. What are the implications, if any, of it not being 100%? In other words, what will happen with the remaining, on my calculation, 25.64%?
Yes, so that's just a timing difference at this stage. So when we developed this report, we included that column and the Life to Date column, the very first column of the report. And that shows you, because of their multi-year events and multi-year projects, so going across, you know, it's ideal if you've got a project that starts at the beginning of July and finishes at the end of June, but that's not the case with these flood recovery works. So they've started from 2022 right through till the end of this year across multi-year. So that first column shows you the actual life to date income and expenditure for each one of those projects. So to date, out of those 21 submissions, so the 21 submissions have been approved, but only 74% of the actual works. So it's just a timing difference, but it will spread across financial years, which is a challenge for budgets and a challenge for, you know, budget variances.
If I might, just a further couple of questions. I haven't given you notice, so apologise for that, but it's in the beginning of the issues and responses in the May 2024 applications. It sort of, to my mind, poses a rosy picture in the sense that the amount recovered is above budget, 1.5 million above budget, because water consumption has been higher. Yeah, water consumption has been higher than budgeted. There have been additional fees and charges recognised, and there's additional interest revenue that has been received, totalling, I think, 1.5 million. That's correct, and
so we're on the consolidated financial performance statement now.
Yes, we are.
So offsetting those, so they are most definite above budget, so we're tracking better than we had forecast. But you'll note that there is a $4 million in expenditure for capital that failed to satisfy the requirements for capitalisation. So that's old WIP, which is an issue that the auditors have raised, that we must keep clearing up our old work in progress. So we've had to expense $4 million during the month for that. So that it's most definitely offsets that additional income.
Although in terms of the bottom line, in terms of the operational account, was $803,024. Incredible, is that right?
That's correct. That's the reforecast figure, yeah. 800. And when you look at overall income, or budgeted income of 500 500 million to have a surplus of just 800,000. That's less than 1%, so it's quite a small surplus, and it's tracking very close to a deficit, really. So that's where we're tracking at the moment. Noting that we usually in June each year, our expenditure is about 3 times what it is for any other month. So these couple of weeks now, we're certainly seeing that additional expenditure going through.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. Councillor Edwina and Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mayor. Just following on from Councillor Shine's questions in relation to the DRFA budget, attachment 1, page 2, our operating expenditure, just wondering why it's 8% or $10 million below budget for the month of May.
So again, that's just a timing issue. So this is a $330 million program of works over a number of financial years, and we are on track to deliver it as per the $330 million budget, just over a number of years. Timing differences, everything impacts this work. It's getting the crews, getting the work out. But not an issue overall life to date of the project, just timing.
Okay, and in our capital works expenditure by group, looking at water, we're at $60 million or 60% of our budget. Is that due to timing as well?
So we have identified, our Crestbrook Dam Safety Improvement Project, we had originally scheduled for the contract to be signed in September. That didn't happen until December, so we've lost a couple of months then. Then we had issues around insurance, just trying to get the insurance for such a significant project finalised. So both of those delayed the project. Again, it's a timing difference at this stage. We've got about $3 million in water projects carried forward into next financial year, into 24-25, and 25 million from Crestbrook Dam project carried not until next year. So next year we're still with that 110 million, but into the third year of the project, if that makes sense. So they've already been identified, but after the budget review. So the budget review, particularly the second budget review, gives us that opportunity to reforecast our 30th of June result. And these items were highlighted after that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so the Crestbrook Dam's behind because of the later start. And then, yeah, just trying to get my head around why water expenditure is 60% of budget, Jake. Because that's the total expenditure, more than just the dam.
Thank you, Councillor Edwina, and through the Chair. So if we look at the water and waste capital budget as a whole, it's $99 million is what was planned for the capital budget, of which 40 million of that was dedicated to the Crestbrook Dam Safety Upgrade project. So if we remove the Crestbrook Dam Safety Upgrade project and the issues that have been highlighted by GMMRE around that project, water and waste's remaining budget was around 60 million, of which year to date we've spent about 53 million of that 60 million. So we're on track as we stand today, about 93% of expenditure today for our year to date amount and about 85% overall. As Jen Emery has already indicated, there are a couple of projects that we have carried forwards and predominantly due to availability of land. So the Gary Creek Trunk Sewer is one of those projects where we anticipated to have that completed this financial year, but through some elongated negotiations with the landowner to gain access, we haven't been able to commence that project this financial year, but those funds have been carried into next financial year to ensure that the projects can continue and will be delivered.
Thank you, Jake. And one more, Mayor, if I may, and it's just in relation to the last page with the target sustainability ratio of this same report. Our target is 60% renewal, 44% actual. Sorry, our target renewal is 60%, but we're sitting at 44% actual. And I just note the comment about the commentary, it's incompatible with our sustainability guidelines, just in that bottom corner there. So I just wanted to get clarification that moving forward, we're looking at changing this for next year, or what our plans are to rectify that change.
So sorry, so what's the question? So around the, our
So
target is 60%?
Yeah, and we're sitting, you've got your renewal target of 60%.
We're sitting at 56%.
And our actuals
Our
at
actual
44%.
renewals are 44%. And that's just indicative of the program of works we're doing at the moment. So it's really critical for council to get back to that 60% renewal program. And that's not going to be possible in the next couple of years, with the Crestbrook Dam project being an upgrade project. It's not a renewal project.
Okay.
So we're going to struggle. We are going to struggle with that 60% target over the next couple of years.
Yeah.
But talking to our the people that evaluate us, as long as we're on track to get back within target in the next 10 years and within the 10 years of the long-term financial forecast, and we are. So it is a challenge for us. We continue to monitor it and continue to report it to you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Edwina. Councillor Gary?
I know we capital income, we have a infrastructure charges column. Do we keep track of money owed to developers for trunk infrastructure at all? Is that picked up anywhere in the financials? In the capital income, we have the infrastructure charges cash, which is 942,000 above budget. Is there anywhere that we pick up the infrastructure cost for trunk infrastructure owed to developers?
Yes, so that's picked up in depending on what stage it is. So if it's a contingent, when we know exactly what's owed, it's a liability on our balance sheet, and we know who we have to pay when. It's when there's certainty around that, when it has to be paid, it's a liability. When there's less certainty around it, it will be recorded as a provision. And if there's even less certainty than that, it's as a contingent in the notes in our financial statements. And we're certainly working with the Queensland Audit Office to ensure the recognition of those liabilities is recorded accurately.
Okay, any more questions, councillors, for Anne-Marie? Councillor Trevor, then Councillor Bill.
Mine's probably a follow-on of when GM Jake was up there regarding the Gary Junction trunk infrastructure being held up by a landowner, apparently. Has that been clarified, or is it still an ongoing issue? Thank you, Councillor Manteuffel, for your question. In response, a land issue has been resolved. We've executed a land access agreement with the landowner and have sought to have the lease or the easement area registered. So we've since let the contract just to the, I think in the last 3 weeks, we've let the contract with a local provider to conduct those works, and so be looking to commence on site as soon as we can. Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Councillor Trevor. Councillor Bill.
My question was in fact similar. I guess it was along the vein of how, if they're protracted negotiations, there's some on costs to council with rising costs around when we can start a project, Jake, but glad to hear that that's started.
Thank you, Councillor Bill. We are also, as part of the lessons learnt from a number of projects where we've seen, and I'm sure this chamber's heard a number of times around protracted land acquisition arrangements in relation to contracts, we're now starting those acquisition components up to 3 years earlier, where we can easily identify when we need easements or where we have locations of infrastructure. It's being identified, as I said, up to 3 years in advance.
Yeah, thanks, Jake. Just a comment, if I may, Chair, on the the General Manager of Finance, Anne-Marie, it's interesting, our bankers say as long as we get back on target within 10 years, it just reminds me back to that 60% renewal rate on our project. It just is a vivid reminder for me that we need to be vigilant over the next particularly 3 to 5 years around what we spend our resources on, i.e. our budget, because that may have a longer term impact if we are not vigilant around our spend on new versus renewal. It could protract things out longer if we're not wise about what we do, when we do, and how we do. It's just a reminder. I stand to be corrected, but that's what it reminds me of.
I think you're too far off the mark, Councillor Carroll. Councillors, any other questions for Anne-Marie? GM Anne-Marie, thank you for your report. The motion there is before us, councillors, that the monthly financial performance statement for the period ending 31 May 2024 be received. Moved by Councillor Bill, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, could I ask for your indulgence to change the order slightly? I do have an engagement to represent our region leaving here at 10 o'clock. If I could just switch item number 11 to come next, and then item number 10, councillors, will be in your hands, but it may be something that you do immediately following morning tea, a break. So, councillors, I do need a motion that we do item number 11, which is the Mayor's Monthly Report first. Moved by Councillor Melissa, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried. So, councillors, the report is there before you, and it's basically a summary, if you like, of the Darling Downs and South West Council of Mayors meeting, which was held in Warwick, a very successful meeting. And the summary of it was that we had an opportunity in state development, and I thank them for their support. We held a couple of hours strategy session from the mayors, and of which we had 11, including one online, to discuss areas of commonality between all councils. And the four areas were transition to renewable energy, social licence planning assessment, local government rates, community funds, impact on traditional industries and carbon farming, telecommunications, transport, rail, air, road transport and infrastructure, freight and logistics and freight subsidies, and water more broadly, but including wastewater and obviously the Great Artesian Basin, water infrastructure policy and legislation around water. From that strategy, there will be a paper that will be produced from that, which will highlight those areas and the advocacy piece that will fall out from that. It's the first time we will have actually done that as a collective of mayors. We've achieved quite a lot, but this will give some more structure, if you like, around that group. So, councillors, I'm happy to take any questions that you may have in regard to that. But it was a very positive meeting, I have to say. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Trevor?
Just with the Inland Rail there, it's obviously a huge document was presented, 49,000 pages. My God.
That took
any
the first
updates?
10 minutes. That's actually the technical documents for the impact, the environmental impact statement, which is at the Coordinator General's office.
Yeah.
The update will be, and we've been advised from the Coordinator General, and it's timing around elections as well, I have to say, with the state and then federal election, when that may come out for consultation. But at this stage, it's with the Coordinator General.
Thanks.
There's quite a lot of pages. This isn't the first time either. Councillor Shine.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor. Just in relation to the meeting at Warwick, there were a number of advocacy positions set out in four dot points there. Is that an indication of what the group will be looking at in the future, or the purpose of indicating those items? What is that?
So these four advocacy pieces fell out of a strategic session we had for over a couple of hours, conducted by the State Development, and these priorities are the first ones that have come out for future advocacy opportunities. There'll be a paper that will come out from that, very simple A4 document that will outline those areas, and all councils will obviously have some input into that at or when that may be required. But these were 4 areas that were common across all of those Darling Downs Southwest councils. Obviously, there's uniqueness for each that they would advocate for, but this was common across all areas, and was like anything, when you get a group of more than one, finding commonality is often a good discussion, and with 11, it was pretty good how it all fell out, to be honest. Yeah, we got 11 in the room as well. Good mathematics. But it is, and there was some commonality, and they're the four areas that this group would focus forward for the next 4 years at the very least. Any other questions, councillors? If not, happy to move that report be received. Seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? That motion is carried. So, councillors, in your hands, and Councillor Rebecca will take over the chair for the next little while. I anticipate to be back soon after 10:30. So the option is for you to adjourn for morning tea now for a period of time that you suggest, 20 minutes or thereabouts. And when we resume, item number 10 will be the first item of business. And then we get into the following items after that, which is item 12 and 13. So, councillors, with your endorsement, I'm happy for someone to move to adjourn. Councillor Carroll, and return at 10:20. Seconded by Councillor James. Those in favour? That motion's carried. Thank you, and I'll see you ASAP.
4 a.m. So we had skipped ahead in the Mayor's absence. We, anticipating that, skipped ahead to item number 11, the Mayor's monthly report for June 2024. We will now go back on the agenda to item number 10, and that's the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report for June 2024. Over to you, Brian.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors. There's the three reports there, the Organisational Culture Improvement Initiative Action and the Employee Relations Report. We report those to you monthly, but you'll see on attachment 3 there's the Open Council Decision Register. This is the second time that we've had that to council. It's done on a quarterly basis. There's been a little bit lost in translation in relation to this one. The public area, this is a public document that's before you at the moment, but we also had attached in my confidential area all of the notes that were from the officers with their names and things on it. So we took that off. We didn't want that in the public domain. What we should have done is actually attached that to this report as a confidential attachment. So just the attachment was confidential, and the Open Council Decision Register, which actually says what the register, what the actual decisions are, is there before you. So I'm happy to take any questions, or if I can't, any of the actioning officers here, if they can answer that for you in relation to any open council decisions. If necessary, we can discuss that further in detail if you wish to, in relation to anything that's confidential in relation to those. And or I can find some further detail and give you a response, basically, and advise all councillors of any other reasons behind any of those open council decisions as they become evident. So happy to take questions on any one of those. And I've got officers here that are involved in producing those reports as well to answer any inquiries.
Thanks very much for that, CEO. We've got Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. CEO, is there any chance we can have a look at the public document on the screen, just so that we know that we're not breaching confidentiality?
Yep. And you've got the copy there with you as well?
Yeah, I've just got the one that's attached in board books. Oh yeah, sorry, it doesn't have the names.
Yep.
Okay,
Got
fabulous.
Yep.
So I just had a couple of questions in relation to that, and I really like seeing that, so thank you. Is there any chance that we can add timelines to this, or next steps, or just to get, and the reason I ask is, you're looking at our divestment strategies, where they're at, when we anticipate, I guess the steps to go through to divest those pieces of land, particularly the nursery and Highfields, for example?
So the timelines in here are just the date that it was at the public document, just the date that was entered in relation to the council decision. The officers may be able to give you some response in relation to what the timelines are. I don't know if you had a look at the confidential attachment in relation to that, may have some of that detail behind where it is, but if not, we can get you some specific answers to some of those questions in relation to what those potential timelines are.
Yeah, because I can see when it was, obviously the council decision was made, but not, okay, we're going to do this and this is...
Yeah, so in that confidential section of there's another report that's got more information than this, but it's not in this section. That was what I was saying at the start, because it doesn't flow. When you've got it in two different sections, it should be in the same section, so you can just click onto that. But if you go to my confidential report, that detail may be there for you in relation to that.
Yeah, I just couldn't see it
it's not
yesterday when I went through it all.
It's not in this one. Happy to take those questions if you want to later on in the agenda, or we can do it now if you wish.
Thank you. Yeah, and just, I guess with the Highfields divestment, I thought we'd, I don't want to cross...
There's probably nothing particularly confidential in relation to that response. It's just that Nicole Stepanoff is court mediation today, so she's not here to actually give you that detail.
Yeah.
We don't know if Adam has got that detail
because, you know, we're in a bit of a budget situation right now, and if we can diverse some of these assets sooner rather than later, and even maybe, Nick, if we could potentially get an update on where we're at with the nursery. I don't know if we can go into that detail. It's all Nicola.
What I can do is we'll see if we can answer that later on in the agenda for you.
Okay.
If not, we'll get a response via Nicola for you all, and we'll distribute that to you all so you can actually get an idea of the timelines. We'll give you an email on that.
Thank you. And there was one other comment just in relation to the aerodrome and renewing leases, just making sure that we have agreed. It did say in here, I think it needs to be updated. It was an old thing saying pause. I just need to find it.
Councillor, if we're going to go into great detail on this, or maybe even any detail, I'll have to recuse myself as I have a conflict.
Okay. It's not detail, it's just we agreed to start renewing leases, and I just want to make sure that that's happening.
Yeah, that was covered off, I think, in just the last council decision that was
Yes,
in there.
it was,
I don't know
but
if it's
it's not in here that I could see it, and I just need to try and find the line now. My eyes are... Number 31. Thank you, Gary. So if we go to number 31. Yeah, it says that council at this time not seek tenders for new leases or confirm existing lease renewals for sites at the Toowoomba City Aerodrome until the financial review currently underway is completed and presented for council's further consideration at the June 2024 committee. But in the last committee meeting...
Yes, that'll have to be updated.
Yeah, great.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. Just want a confirmation. Thank you.
We'll update that.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. I've got Councillor Melissa Taylor and then Councillor Manteifel.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, CEO. Just in relation to page 2, line number 28, in regards to the confidential review of the Empire Theatres and Toowoomba Surat Basin Enterprise, a review was to be brought to Council by May 2024, CEO. So I'm just inquiring as to when that will be coming to Council.
Bailey Garsha gave us an update last meeting in relation to that particular one. Him and myself met with the chair and the acting CEO of TSBE. The position at this stage is they were happy with the constitution as it stood, so they've asked us to do a draft of any changes that we think are appropriate, and that'll be the starting point for that negotiation. So that's in hand at the moment. Bailey may be able to give you a little bit more detail at our next, in the confidential legal briefing if you wish.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Manteifel.
Thank you. Just an update on the Nobby Way Bridge. There was a petition presented about maybe 2 months ago here, I think it was, with quite a few signatures on it. Where are we at with that? Because it says it's unactioned here. I think it should be actioned to get a result.
Thank you, Councillor. I see GM Nick coming up. Cut you off there, Brian. Did you want to say something? Over to you, GM Nick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Councillors, we've responded to that petition. We've provided some correspondence back to the Chief Petitioner. Council made a decision in 2019 in relation to a whole series of land parcels in and around that Nobby Way Bridge and the Sister Kenny Park, and there's RV camping and so on and so forth. So it's actually quite a complex land management matter. But in relation to the Nobby Way Bridge, that council decision was that council evaluate the operation of the Nobby Way Bridge, but that needs to await the acquisition of all of the other land parcels that we're pursuing at the moment. So the whole matter is really in abeyance whilst we move through the exercise of acquiring the land that council had identified and working out how all of those uses can be accommodated both safely and in priority order of use. So there's camping that happens there, there's recreational uses, there's the Way Bridge, and sometimes some of those uses are in conflict. So there's, other than actively pursuing those acquisitions until such time as that occurs, I don't think we're in a position to very aggressively do anything much more, and things will continue as they are.
When approximately could this happen with all the acquisitions, and when can we get some sort of clarity? Because these poor people are waiting there, trembling, with the thought of maybe losing the weighbridge, and that's going to be a disaster to that Nobby, Clifton, Pilton, the whole area there.
Look, I don't think they need to be trembling. There's no threat of closing that weighbridge without going through that exercise, so I would say that. It's difficult to answer some of these acquisitions. Some of the acquisitions are with Queensland Rail, who operate on their own timeline when it comes to these sorts of things. So we don't have a lot of influence to exert in relation to that.
Thank you, Nick.
Thanks, Councillor. Can I just follow up with that question from Councillor Mantyfel, GM Nick? And does the petition that we received, does that get considered as community feedback? Does that feed into how we do our feedback on such matters?
Yeah, absolutely it would, along with other consultation that we would conduct as well. So that would all come back to you for decisions about not just the future of that weighbridge, but the use of all of that land. What I might try and do is find that report from 2019 and circulate it to you all, and you'll start to get an appreciation of the complexity.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Councillor? Okay, thank you. Councillor McMahon?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Nick. Actually, questions for the CEO. I suppose these are the decisions through the office of the CEO, right? We have a lot of motions on the books, petitions that we've formed outside of this that don't appear in this report. Can you clarify for me where all those other ones may find
This is the register of council decisions, not
of all council decisions?
Yeah, unactioned council decisions. So, in relation to any of the specific petitions that you wish they should have been actioned by the officers. So if you have any particular ones that you'd like to know an update on, we'll be able to give you an update.
Yeah, sure.
On I suppose what the response was and the completion date of those.
Sure.
Councillor, are you having questions that maybe not all of the council decisions are reflected in the document?
Look, I can think of several that I can't find on here, I suppose, is the basis for my question. So is there another place where they would find?
I'm not sure. Just then.
I'll go to specifics. I tabled a petition around fences in new parks. I'd love to know where it's up to, and so would the many people who signed it. We have a motion on the books about we investigate e-scooters. I think that was passed by quite a large majority. Those kind of motions that I'd love to know where they're up to, and I don't see them on here. So where would I find where they're up to?
So councillors may recall with petitions, they're usually the responses to those is put into the group reports.
Yeah, they have been.
So that's where they should be completed and actioned off. So if that hasn't happened, they should be on here at that point. But because it's a once in a quarter report, there's probably not that many. They're going to lag over into this situation. Most of those should end up in the group reports, but
yeah, sure.
We can check that out. If any particular ones that come to mind. The one about the e-scooters, I'll just check to see where that one is or why it's not in here, if it's not in here.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the notice. If that could be followed up, that would be great. I suppose a larger question is, so around this table, our job is to bring petitions, pass motions, etc. And sort of we have, often when we do that, we have a large proportion of the community who are wanting to do that, wanting us to do that. Sometimes, you've got to go out on a limb and some people may be against a decision. But I suppose the reality of what we do is there are things on here from 2021 that are still in progress. And the idea that when we bring a motion, that just brings it to the start of council and it could be several years before it's fully followed up on. I speak specifically to a motion that Councillor Melissa brought, which I was involved in around the parking CBD amendments review, and that was in 2022, and we've got people waiting for those parks to perhaps change, and that's 2 years ago. So I very much appreciate there are budget and time and stuff, and every time we say something, there's a lot of people who have got to go and make it happen, and it takes a while. But I suppose, how do we advance things quicker than what's on this list? Is there any advice you can give on that?
I think you've got an opportunity to ask each of the GMs specifically what an update on any particular issue or through myself, and we can give you some information as to where we are. Council obviously has control of the what happens in this organisation and the priorities, and if there's timelines in here that aren't being met, you could ask for supplementary report to revisit or review or to advise on, or however you wish to ask those questions, so that it actually comes back onto the agenda, so you can actually have another review of if you think it's not being handled in an appropriate timeline. However, I think the group reports is a good opportunity perhaps to ask some of these details. This might be the prompt about the ones that are outstanding, but you could actually ask that in the public arena if you wish to do so. Or you could always ask us to give you an update individually, which we can share with all the rest of the councils in relation to anything that you think is particularly topical in relation to it. But if you're not satisfied with those timelines, I think you need to ask those questions so we can actually respond to you.
Yeah, thanks for the answer. I probably wouldn't like to say that I feel there's any inappropriateness going on if that's what you were suggesting I was saying. But I do thank you for bringing this. It is, I suppose, the frustration for me when we pass a motion. I suppose the community should know that that's not the final part, that's the start part, and it can take several years for that idea to actually happen. So I suppose it's still subject to budgets and restraints and staffing and operational staff who have to implement what we're doing and the frustrations around that. But I welcome this, and I thank you for bringing it.
Thanks, councillor. Maybe it's the case that if all councillors have a look at that list, and if there's motions that occur to them that they've moved over their terms and it's not reflected on them, then just inform the CEO and for completeness. I've got Councillor Carl and then Councillor Mentai.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I think Councillor Tim's covered it off. I mean, councillor decisions aren't in isolation to the overall prioritisation and impacts of a organisation and budgeting and the prioritisation process that goes with that. They're not independent of, they're part of, yeah. And that's the challenge we all have, and that's why we're around the table, and that's why we have council, and that's why we would like more money than we have, and we haven't. So, yeah. But I thank the CEO for the report. It's good to reflect on what's there, and as you say, Chair, have an update as required. Thanks.
Thanks for that comment, Councillor Carl. Councillor Manteifel.
Just in regard to animal management practices after hours drop boxes, where are we at? I know it only happened in March, but where are we at getting a report back to us regarding what's going on there with updates or what could possibly happen in the future?
Thank you for that, councillor. I've got GM Nick coming up to give a response. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you, councillors. The review's ongoing, so there's work happening on that and reports in draft stages. We've got a new manager of ERS starting on the 1st of July, and I'd like to give him an opportunity to be involved in that review before we bring anything back to you. So we're probably looking at August at best, but perhaps even September.
Thank you.
And I might just go back because we've been joined by Adam. Now, oh, now he's getting some more information. Okay. I thought we had Adam in the room, and Councillor Farquhar, your question might have been able to be answered in part anyway. Okay, thank you. Thanks. Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Carol Taylor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And hesitate to ask this, but maybe through you to Mr. Hauser, can you tell me that we've got staff going to the pound, to the Animal Management Centre, through public holidays and Sundays, please? I need to be reassured about that. Thank you.
I'm happy to reassure you of that, Councillor. That's happening as has been reported to you before. Thanks.
All right, councillors, if there's no further questions, we're at a point then where we move on to the next part of the agenda. Sorry, where is the motion to? What's the actual wording there? Could we get that up, please? Connie? Okay, so the motion that is before us for this, pardon me, councillors, is that the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report be received. Do I have a mover? Councillor Carol Taylor. Do I have a seconder? Councillor James O'Shea. All of those in favour? That's carried. Thank you. So, councillors, we now are at item number 12, the Officer's Report, and we have one item under that, which is the Electoral Arrangement Review Report number 2. We're in a position where the Mayor is still absent with a commitment and had hoped to be back momentarily. And I'm in your hands, but I would suggest that it's a matter that we do need the Mayor's attendance to discuss this. Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I would propose or put forward a motion that we, whatever the wording would be, but essentially we move further down the agenda items 12 and 13, because I think they're probably linked. So potentially if we move them, and again, I'm not sure on the Mayor's return if we want to go to, I'm in your hand, but essentially I think it would be best that we hold those two or move those two items further down the agenda.
Well, it may even be then that we move further down to the group reports and change the order of the agenda with the willingness of the council, so that we go to the group reports item number 17. I've got Councillor O'Shea has moved that. Councillor Carl has seconded. All of those in favour? That's carried. Thanks for your indulgence with that, Councillor. Councillors, we're going to run into another issue here because we've got the first group report, item 17.1, is planning and development, but I believe I saw Adam outside. I've seen Adam walking past. We might bring him in, please, if we may. Thanks, Councillor Carl. If he's in a position to. Thank you, Councillor Carl. Thanks, Adam, very much. We've just had to do a bit of a reshuffle. The Mayor should be back shortly, but at the moment we're going to change the agenda and move to item 17.1, which is the group reports. This is the May 2024 Planning and Development Group report. The author is Dr. Nicola Stepanov. She's absent, so we've got Adam Gould, and we're very grateful for that. Thanks very much, Adam.
All right, so take the report as read. Is there any questions?
Adam, there was a question actually asked in the previous section by Councillor Farquhar, and there may be some information that is commercial in confidence that you're unable to share, but Councillor Farquhar, did you want to ask your question, and then Adam, if you can respond to what you can say in this meeting? It's in regard to the Highfields divestment strategy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Adam. It was just in relation to both our divestment strategy for the nursery and also Highfields. Looking at the nursery, I'm just looking here at the notes. Council receive an appropriate committee meeting, at the appropriate committee meeting, a report outlining the risks involved in cost-benefit analysis of council developing as an appropriate residential subdivision the formal council nursery site at 306 Ramsay Street, Middle Ridge. And point 2, that disposal of the formal council nursery site be postponed until consideration of report question in 1 above. And I guess my point at the time was to the CEO, if we can have some potential timelines here, understanding when we're going to get that report, and I guess where we're up to on that report, please.
Okay, so I guess I was obviously just absent from the room. I was trying to get an update on this project, so I might have to take that one on notice because I got called back into the room before I could get that information. So Dr. Nicole is probably the best person to comment on that, and I'll refer that question to her to come back.
Thank you, Adam. And my second point to that is item number 9, which is, it says its status is on hold for further information. And again, I'd really love the General Manager to give us an update on the divestment strategy for Highfields, because I'm sure we voted on allocating some budget to look into that strategy, and I'd also like an update on that, please.
Okay, I'll treat that one the same, and I'll let Nicole know.
Yeah, fabulous. Because, and again, this was brought up 13th of July 2022, and it's on hold for further information, and I guess understanding why it's on hold at the considering just budget issues that we're going through right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. If that information could be shared with all members of council, that would be appreciated. I've got Councillor Melissa Taylor and then Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Adam. Just a question in relation to the economic development strategy. I note that it has been rolled out for a community survey to collect community and industry feedback relating to economic development efforts for the region. Just wondering, have we had some good response in relation to that, and or, you may not be able to give that yet, when is it closing?
Good question. It was due to close a couple of weeks ago. We extended the date. I think it may have been till last week, I think it was, or this week. I don't think they had initially had a lot of responses. That's why they extended the date. I'm not too sure on the exact number that's come in so far, but we can check up on that.
So I'm assuming that will come to council in the ensuing months for review. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Adam. A couple of questions. It's in regard to the planning section. 475 inquiries were taken this month by technical advice officers. That's a fair bit for a month. I'm just wondering, A, is that up or down from previous months? B, how long does it take an officer, and how are your staffing levels in dealing with all of that?
I'm not too sure how it compares to previous months. However, like, those inquiries can be everything from fee calculations through to, quite complex planning inquiries which get referred on to a planning officer themselves. So some of them, are, a few minutes, 5 minutes, and they're done. Some of them can take a fair bit more time. The TAOs, or the technical advice officers, do a really important role in, I guess they're the face of that planning group. So a lot of inquiries come to them first to then be triaged, whether they then go to a planning officer or whether they can be just answered through the standard customer service protocols. They also do all the fee quotes. So every single application we have would have a fee quote, which gets handled through that process as well. So from my understanding, that that team has been full, except for they have had a maternity leave absence, which, you know, all teams have. So, and they had an officer backfilling into that to assist. So I don't think that's been too
You've got
problematic.
a full team, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, just before I go to my, thanks for the answer, before I go to the next question, part two of that one, the source-based articles, I think we've spoken about this before, it's kind of like PD for planning staff and our team are reviewing articles from the broader community. Is that how that works?
So the source articles are, I guess, it's the knowledge base that sits in behind the customer service centre. If there's incorrect information in there, like say, I don't know, that it's assigned to a wrong officer or something like that, it really creates a lot of work internally to then, you know, unpick that. So that's a lot of our reviews have been based around the customer service knowledge base sending CRNs or customer, you know, to the right person, to the right area, because that can be really frustrating internally and externally to be bounced around. So we had a bit of a focus on trying to get that right in our group. Yeah, because I know there's historically when I've changed roles, if they had my name in there, that the CRNs would follow me around the organisation, where we'd need to stick it to an actual title, not an officer name.
It's great that someone in your team has the time to review them for efficiency gain. Thanks for that. Other question, if I might. So it was in 2021, this council produced a document through Jade Bebbington's team around how to design a house really well, specific to Toowoomba. And it was a document that I remain quite fond of because I think it was great local work. I suppose the question bubbling around my head for a while now is we're in a building boom, and I would hate for that document to be a great piece of work that council did 3 years ago and then sit on a dusty shelf. So it's been bubbling away, and then I read this and I note that the Places Principal, and I'll read, Places Principal Urban Designer has been invited to join the Queensland Government Distinctly Queensland Local Government Advice Group to provide new housing design standards to expedite the delivery of new homes. So is that an amazingly good story that our previous documents, like our home design documents, now have found their way to a Queensland panel to build really good homes here now? And if you...
Yeah, I think, I don't, like, you're talking about the warm temperate, I can't remember the exact title of it, warm temporal housing. As far as I was aware, it was the first time in Australia that that sort of study had been done for a temperate climate. So there'd been a lot around the tropics and subtropics, but not for a temperate climate. And I think it was quite groundbreaking in that, you know, it probably was quite revealing that, funnily enough, no, Queensland is not great in cold, and new houses, you know, aren't necessarily designed for our climate per se. So yeah, I think that's been quite positively received in the state sphere.
So there's the Distinctly Queensland Advice Group, whether or not it's formed and you know too much about it, will that have some conversation with the house builders and the associations associated with building houses on how to build them properly for Toowoomba?
I might ask Jade the specifics of it to get back to you, but my understanding would be it's more going to be around the standards rather than, you know, the consultation side of it.
Yeah. Thanks for that. I think it's a good news story nonetheless. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to follow on from Councillor Taylor's comment before about economic development feedback. With our 24 to 29 strategy and looking for more community consultation and trying to get more the word out there. And so while we've got you here, Tom, it would be great if you could help us spread that good word about getting some more customer feedback in relation to, you know, we're shaping our 24 to 29 strategy, and it'd be really great to have the community have their say. So if you could support that, it'd be fabulous.
Any further questions? Councillor Gardner.
When you say you do, 80% of material change used within the strategy timeframes or reconfiguration of lots, 89% determined in strategy timeframes. What's a strategy timeframe? Does that include extensions of times for yourself or information request, or is it the original? Original might be 28 days, but then you can come along at the end of 28 and get multiple. What do you call timeframes?
Yeah, okay, so statutory timeframes are pretty well the same for all Planning Act applications. So essentially there's a system set out in DA rules in the Act, which, when the application comes in, a clock, a theoretical clock starts on it. It is a bit convoluted. There's lots of different ways through that system, but overall there's 35 business days of council time, and that council has to assess it to remain within statutory timeframes. The bit where there's an information request is not included in those 35 business days. That's, so this is referring to our clock timer per se. The way the Act reads is a applicant has 3 months to get back to an information request, or the clock restarts. They do have another option for extension of a 3-month period. In that, they can also what's called stop the clock for 130 business days. So it's not a system that is easy to understand without a flow chart or something here to point at, but essentially there is a clock that starts when it comes in, providing they've paid fees, they've provided all information, etc. Then the clock just ticks away while we've got it in our assessment teams. 35 business days is the statutory time frame. The exceptions to it that go beyond it are impact assessable applications. They don't have that same 35 business day limit. They can continue on further. They're considered to be outside of statutory timeframes because at that point the applicant can lodge what's called a deemed refusal. So they can opt to have their application refused and appeal it in the P&E court. So that's where a lot of those other, like the stats, are exceeding it because they're a very complex application. There might be, say, further advice issued. Further advice is the second round of information requests. That's on our clock. And then there would be what's called a mutual agreement extension, which takes it outside of the 35 business day statutory time frame. So all that's probably very confusing without, as I said, a flow chart or something to be able to point at, but that's the crux of it. Yep.
Thanks, Councillor. If there's no further questions, councillors, the motion before us is that the Planning and Development Group report be received. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor McMahon, a seconder. Councillor Manteifel, all those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much, Adam, for stepping in. Next item on the agenda, councillors, is item 17.2, the Water and Waste Services Group. We're joined by General Manager of Water and Waste Services, Jake Passier. Thank you very much, GM Jake, for being here. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, councillors. I'm happy to present the Water and Waste Services Group report and happy to take the report as read, and if there's any questions, happy to answer them.
Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Jake, for the report. On page 2 of 8, under Highfield Trunk Mains, I note that there has been completion of some parts, but there is also a component where the crews are going to demobilise and complete another project and then come back and complete the remaining part of that project. I note that there is quite a lot of interest from the community out there. So how are we communicating to the community what's happening with the project, please?
Thank you, Councillor Turner, through you, Madam Chair. We will anticipate providing updates as we do through the group report. However, if the members of the community have a little bit more or willingness to see more information, we can use variable message boards and those sort of bits and pieces. As I've explained to councillors in the past, the works associated with Highfields are multifaceted, so we have many different components within the Highfields network to ensure that water can transfer from the Mount Kynoch water treatment plant through to the reservoir, and then a new set of pumps to be installed. So the reason for the demobilisation is around obtaining approval to do certain components of work on a road that is not owned by council, it's a main road. So while that approval is obtained, we've taken the opportunity to keep our construction and maintenance crews working on water infrastructure and continue to complete main replacement works. But we will be looking to do variable message signs and those things as the works recommence in those areas that are affected.
That'd be great. Thanks, Jake. Just we know how those things operate here in council, but the community don't necessarily know that that road is owned by another entity. That we actually have to get approvals for that. So for the community to see the crews demobilise and move and come back, they don't understand all of that behind the scenes. So it was just, you know, I was wondering if it was going to be put on the website, but you've also said there'd be messaging boards, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. We can certainly look to update our website and other things if there's some high community interest around the project. We'll make sure that's updated and information's available.
Thanks, Councillor. Any other questions, councillors, for Jake? If not, there is the motion before us that the Water and Waste Services Group report be received. Do I have a mover for that? I've got Councillor Carl, a seconder. Councillor Melissa Taylor. All those in favour? That is carried. Thank you. Thank you very much, GM Jake. Councillors, we move on to item 17.3, the Infrastructure Services Group. We're joined by General Manager, Infrastructure Services Group, Mike Brady. Thank you very much, GM Mike. And I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and good morning, councillors. The Infrastructure Services Group report for May is tabled for your consideration, and happy to take any questions.
Questions, councillors? Councillor James O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mike, just in regards to just a question around the usage of long-term parking arrangements at the bus station car park. So it's listed in there as 34, is currently at 34 spaces, so, and the breakdown of that. Is that high, low, standard for what it's been since this inception, however many years ago?
It's, from my perspective, it's actually grown a little bit. It as I've indicated before, it's sort of, it's a good outcome, I suppose, that we're getting a little bit more use of that option for those that wish to park from a longer term perspective and have that certainty around a parking spot. Yeah.
And do you know, sorry for you, Madam Chair, what's the capacity we have up there on the top of the bus station around this particular? Do you know, like, how many we can have in this space? Anyway, I just think it's whatever it may be, and I know, you know, this has been in for a period of time, and I know we're going through a lot of different changes and reviews with parking, and this was brought about as a result of requests and lobbying around the need for this style of parking long term. So I mean, it's good to see. Obviously, it's in this report. It's good to see that it's at a reasonable usage. But I mean, again, at the end of the day, you know, it's one there that's available to the public, and the more we have taken up of it, you know, to make it worthwhile, the better.
It's at least double that number. I think we're up to, I think there's in the order of about 300 spaces at the bus stop. So, yeah, there'd be more than, you know, significantly more on the top floor that could come on board if that, you know, so we're not running out of room too quick. Yeah.
Nothing further, councillor. Thank you. Thanks, GM. Councillor Mantyfel.
Through you to GM Mike. Glencoe Yalanga Road. where are we at with that? Because from what I can gather, it's been kicked down the road, so to speak, for another year or two or three. From photos I've seen and a visit to the site, it is a road that needs desperate update, upkeep. The sides of the road aren't even slashed. You'd be flat out fitting one vehicle down there. I'd fear for my life if there was another vehicle coming the other way and you had to get off the road. God knows what's off the road. Just an update, Mike, please.
Yeah. So Glencoe Yalanga Road was one of the roads that council's got forward in our lower order roads program. It's down for construction, design this year and construction the next, for completion in 2024-25. So the design has progressed for that section of road. There's some drainage at the bottom of the hill there that needs to be considered. There's some soil con issues there, soil conservation issues. As far as, I'm taking that's the section of road you're discussing. We don't slash gravel roads, the sides of gravel roads, and our budget for sealed roads is extremely limited as well. So that's one of those challenges.
So we look like the work we done 24-25.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
GM, just before we move off the lower order road program on page 2 of your report, this is one that I flagged with you in advance. We've got the 2023-24 delivery schedule for the lower order road program is progressing as planned. The construction of 5 projects being completed and the 2 that are underway. Can you let us know, please? I believe there was a $2 million budget allocation for that lower order road program, and how much of that $2 million has been spent to date?
In the order of about 1.5 million to date. We've all but completed the works for 23-24. The positive news for council is most of the projects are coming in under budget. From what we were, as council would be aware, they were quite what I'd call guesstimates that we put forward to council because there'd been no design or concept development of any of the works prior. So the good news is that we're looking at probably a information session to council in the next couple of months because obviously even since we've kicked off this program, there's been additional requests. So the aim is to give council probably an update of how this program's gone, and how we're progressing, and obviously council's commitment pending the budget next week for the year ahead, and just give council full insight into how it's all progressing.
Thanks very much for that, GM. Questions, Councillor Farquhar?
Thank you, Chair. Mike, just moving on to the second attachment, or attachment 1 with the flood recovery program, can you just remind me when that all needs to be complete?
We've got a current extension of time for works to be completed by December this year, with acquittals at this stage this financial year. We are looking at potentially some works, particularly in the betterment program, may go into first quarter 2025. So there's, weather permitting, all works on ground be completed this coming financial year. The contractors' works, the 2 major contractors should be complete on or about the end of October. There's 1 or 2 major projects that may go a little longer in respect to a couple of projects around the region that are still going through some design considerations. Okay, and so we've been doing this for, obviously a couple of years now, and we've still got, looking at that overall progress, 45% to still go. Do you think that it's achievable to have it all done by the end of the year? Yeah, no, everything's on track. The bulk of that, 35% to go, so about a third of the program to go by the end of this year.
Yeah. sorry, yeah,
Yeah.
35%.
Yeah.
And the culverts, 24 design culverts in progress, because they're quite tricky, aren't they? Like they take quite a bit of time to.
Some more so than others, and as on that second page gives you a bit of an indication of a couple of the different types. You know, you can go from that halfway down the page there, something quite small and straightforward, to the top of the page there, which is a very complex culvert structure that's gone in on that road. That's Upper Pilton Road, so in the Pilton Valley. So depending on the location, there's all sorts of challenges that can be faced.
Thank you. I just wanted to check we were still on track to delivery.
Yeah, no, still going okay in that regard. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor
Madam
Carol
Chair.
Taylor.
Thank you. Bringing your attention to the NHBR, the portal road management mapping tools, and that's a big step forward, isn't it? Will that, I know we're inundated with applications and it takes a lot of the TNDP time to process those. Will this, being able to put our own network changes into the portal, will that actually add surety and save a bit of time for our people, rather than having to contact NHBR for every little thing that changes or to correct something? I know that, for instance, it all went onto the Globe and we had issues with that because not all the roads were open, as was said on that, and there was a lot of insecurity. I mean, Western Downs were quite concerned about that as well. But is this going to add a lot more surety, number one, to which of our roads are open and which aren't, and probably prevent a bit of damage, and number two, save a little bit of time from our team? Thanks.
Yes, Councillor, what you sort of pointed to there is sort of the outcome of what these sort of initiatives from NHBR are about. It's only just come in the last couple of months, that ability for us to actually do some of our own modifications. That said, you know, probably the bulk of changes and improvements over time have been done by NHBR, as you're probably aware. So this is really for future tweaks, and if there was something of a major nature, we'd probably at least engage with them if we were going to make a major change.
It's probably the point is where they went back and accepted the Queensland Globe and it wasn't right. I suppose this has changed, allowed us to correct a lot of the smaller mistakes that were or inaccuracies that were on that.
Yeah, my understanding with that matter, the Queensland Globe matter, those matters have been dealt with and rectified and worked through. So everything should be back up to date and correct as of now. And this is more for us going forward. Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Manteifel.
Just a road that's been getting a fair bit of press over the last few years. Ostrich, I can't even get the word right, it's like my surname. How is that coming along in Wellcamp?
Yeah, stage one is nearly completed, and we hope the second stage of that is the creek crossing across Spring Creek, and so that's still in a sort of a design phase and working through exactly how we want to deal with that. We also have the complication of Toowoomba to Warwick pipeline that's going to be going through there, so we're closely working with them as well in regards to what we'll try to achieve through there. So there's just a few complications, but it's always been down for 23-24 and 24-25. So stage one, it's under construction right as we speak, so it should be completed at the end of the month, early July. And the second stage will get underway once we've got through a few of these other matters.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Councillor. General Manager, when you were mentioning before the $1.5 million that has been spent on those lower order roads, of which the road that Councillor Manteifel just referred to is one of them, It's pleasing to hear that the works have generally been coming in under budget. That's very pleasing to hear. The funding that has not been used but was allocated, is it intended that that is rolled into a future year, and is there a reason for it not having been spent in this financial year?
Yeah. Your first part of the question. In respect to any program or project under the capital program, that'll be assessed by council probably through the BR process, a BR1. So that's where that gets assessed, how we manage any unders and overs from that perspective. In regards to where we are this year, council may remember this was an initiative that only came out of last June's budget process. Okay, so we're basically starting from scratch at the start of last year, going through all the design phases, as we said to council. We gave council an indication of what was involved at that time, and I think what's been achieved has been, pretty good. Every road on that list has been looked at, and some level of concept work has been developed for every road. We're looking at trying to progress all the designs this coming year so that they are there in the draw. So I think the program as a whole is progressing quite well. So
thanks so much for that, General Manager Mike. If there's no further questions, we've got a motion before us that the Infrastructure Services Group report be received. Do I have a mover? Councillor Melissa Taylor, a seconder, Councillor Carol Taylor. All those in favour? That's carried. So I'll hand back to Mayor McDonald.
thank you, councillors.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Rebecca, and thank you, councillors, for adjusting the agenda to suit. Just as a matter of interest, there would arguably be close to 9,000 people up at the stadium at the moment, right around the outside. It's, I think every newslet from Australia was out there, so it's quite a great promotion. The ground looks absolutely picture perfect and green, and it's just a great image of Toowoomba, I would suggest. So item number 17.4, councillors, is the Environment and Community Services Group Report, and I invite General Manager Nick Hauser to come forward. Nick, welcome to you. You might like to say some words and then we'll go to questions. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning again, councillors. Councillors, many achievements and much action in the Environment Community Services Group for the month, and I'm happy to take any questions that you might have in relation to the report.
Thank you, Nick. Questions, councillors, in regard to Environment and Community Services? Any questions, councillors? If there's no questions, Councillor James?
Well, just, it's not really a question, it's probably a comment, but I just think, as you mentioned, there's a couple of things there, but I think just a couple of things I just wanted to highlight quickly. One, obviously, is the continued recognition of this council of its volunteers. So obviously through that function and being able to have that opportunity to say thank you to so many different volunteers, and we know the value obviously that they provide us across the organisation. And also, Nick, I thought it's great to see in property services, and again, as we continue to talk about this council, obviously, and being able to find opportunities, particularly in our regional towns, and to see through property services, those freehold properties, which obviously inevitably is going to end up in supporting some form of economic development in those communities, I think is also a great outcome, and hopefully provides a boost in those different communities. And with those few words, I'm happy to move, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor James. Happy to move. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, GM Nick. I appreciate that. We move then, councillors, to item 17.5, which is the Finance and Business Strategy Group, and welcome back to GM Anne-Marie, General Manager Anne-Marie, welcome back to you. And again, I afford you the opportunity if you wanted to say some words before we go to questions, or if you'd like to go straight to questions, we can do that as well.
Morning again, councillors. Happy to take that report as read and take any questions.
Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. Any questions, councillors, in regard to the Finance and Business Strategy Group report? This is item 17.5. If there are no questions, there is a recommendation before us that the Finance and Business Strategy Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Connie. You're going well. Thanks, Anne-Marie. Appreciate that. So, councillors, we now move back to item number 12. Now, item number 12 is an officer report, and it's Bailey Garcher is the author of this report. It's 12.1, Electoral Arrangements Review, report number 2. Bailey, welcome to you. Appreciate you being here. So this is item number 12.1, proposed electoral review. Report number 2. Bailey, I'll hand over to you, and you might have some words to say, and then we'll go to questions and continue on from there. Thanks, Bailey.
Good morning, councillors. Good morning, guests and observers. Probably when I took this role, I didn't think I'd be writing such reports. I've done extensive research late in the night to understand, what this process could entail. Essentially, I haven't put a recommendation forward. It's really a council and, what council wants to do for its electorate. However, I would comment that looking at some models and there's various applications to the Minister and the Electoral Commission over the last couple of years. A high level of them haven't passed. Some of the models have been quite easy. It's been changing members in electorates. It's been going the opposite way, readjusting existing electoral division quotas. So essentially, the process will really need to, something that I've been pondering is that the keys of this application to the Minister, and then if the Minister recommends it forward to the Electoral Commission, is community consultation. Okay. Most of the consultation, the recent one was the reverse consideration by the Whitsundays Council. It was a very simple survey. They got some general data back and virtually they just held it in abeyance. So realistically, if you are proceeding with something like this, it is a project that's going to take extensive time of councillors. One of the other things that I've been when I was looking at this and reading and writing was, what do you do with the councillors that don't go with the resolution? Are they part of the public consultation advocating the opposite? So essentially when you do community consultation, it's going to have to be the councillors, not management. You're going to be there answering questions at community forums. Hypothetically, if you're thinking at essentially 10 divisions, okay, there's at least 10 times 2 community consultations that councillors need to go to and answer questions and advocate, because it's not a management principle. So I just want to make that clear. So when you take this project on, it is a council laws project. Okay, so essentially from my reading and research, if you are going to go with a project of this nature, the community consultation is key, and you would do that at the highest level, and highest level means expense. So essentially the process after the community consultation, putting everything together as an application to the Minister, that's the easy bit. It's what you put together before we put the application together. Okay, so recent cases have been Bundaberg. Bundaberg were changing the quotas by their divisions, and that was a fairly, if you think about it, that's something that if you go to electoral division that you may need to reconsider 10 years down the track or 5 years down the track. So essentially that one processed, a couple of others haven't progressed. So realistically, when you make the decision, okay, this is something that you seriously want to do, I don't think you can do it half-hearted. And I think you need to understand is that the amount of councillor involvement you need, because it's not management that'll be sitting there in front of the electorate saying, look, okay, we think these are the electorate divide. And also, once we start looking at the quotas, it might not achieve what you individually think it was going to achieve, and you'll need to answer questions to that effect as well. For example, you might end up with one large regional division, if this is what you're proposing to put forward to the minister, or you might end up with divisions that are tacked on the back of suburban divisions, because it's all going to be quota-based. So individually, I think each council would need to meet with a consultant and sit down and give their thoughts, and then you'll have to collectively, the councillors that I'm assuming that vote for the project, would have to come to something that you want to put out for public consultation and then get out there and seek public consultation. So it's quite a involved project for councillors. So without doing the research and the reading that I've had to do and look at it, I wouldn't have said that to you the first meeting. It's easy to put a resolution up, but you need to know that essentially that you are going to be heavily involved, because we won't be, management cannot be out there answering questions. We'll probably be part of some of the process, but you will be there answering questions to your electorate how we got to, if this is something you want to go through with. Okay, so do I believe that, I can coordinate a project of this nature? Yes. So I can give faith to this council, if you do proceed, that we can coordinate a project of this nature. We need to put the right resourcing in. So I just want to have some early remarks to say that you really need to understand your involvement in this project in the next 6 months is substantial. So it's not just, if I go away and start preparing quotas and electoral divisions, that's my thoughts. That's not the councillors' thoughts that have been the elected representatives. So it has to be your thoughts. And then the councillors that are in favour will have to come to a combined thoughts that they want to reach out to the community. Okay, so I'll take the table as read, the report as read, but that's why we haven't put a recommendation forward. So we'll leave it for, I'll take all questions and discussion.
Thanks, Bailey. And keep in mind, councillors, we don't have a recommendation, we don't have a motion at this stage. I do have a question or comment from Councillor James, and I'll go to all questions. So Councillor Carroll after that. Councillor James.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Bailey. It's just a question. So just understanding that, and I note I think it's on page 2 where the minister will only refer the proposal if it is supported by council resolution. Understand that. That's fairly straightforward in regards to that. But the next line around has a reasonable level of community support and will not adversely affect the sustainability of council. Who's the judge of that? If we're sort of saying that if it's council laws, that leads that, and like I'm just trying to understand, like you sort of said, if council goes out and leads consultation, and then you just said, I've got to answer the questions, and they ask me a question on something, and then Rebecca or Mr. or Gary, we could all have a different answer. Do you know what I mean? So who judges what a reasonable level of community support, what does that exactly mean?
Okay.
And also the judge of affecting the sustainability of council, if it's led by councillors.
Okay. So essentially, that sort of is a guidance to the application we submit with the minister. And that sort of prefaces what I'm saying is the community consultation is important. So if you went out and asked a yes or no question and you got 55% yes, you've got a bit of a runway. But is that just a yes or no answer sufficient to put an application in without understanding the construct of the divisions? So essentially, what's reasonable community support would be enough for this council to say, look, there's enough, we've put out the divisions, and people have given us, it's the way we structure the detailed survey, and people have answered. The electorate have answered. You put out a model, the electorate has answered. You'd want to be at least be ticking that 40% in favour before you lodge the application. It's a bit of an interesting one. You can't judge that answer until you've done the community consultation and you've got the data back. And what my reading of all these cases is, if you're going to do it, you may as well do it in detail. Get all the information, put the detail out there so people can answer on the detail, okay? So essentially, yes, so if we got 30%, this council is probably going to sit there and think, okay, that's probably not reasonable community support. But you might, as a council, think, okay, that is, lodge the application anyway. Okay, so technically, if you got 10%, probably no. But if you got 40 to 50%, you could probably argue that's reasonable support, and you'd pass a resolution later to put an application in. So then on the financial, so it's really a question of, you know, how does it impact financially? I haven't done any assessment what an election would look like by electoral divisions, okay? So that's one financial impact. Could I think that'd be a great impact? Probably not. So the financial impact I've put in the report. Okay, then if you did have electoral divisions later down the track, would council want to put separate member offices in different electorates? Like some other regions, like I'm not going to name anyone, they have electoral divisions, but they might have set up an office for that councillor there. So that's what the additional cost would be. Okay, so realistically, financial impact is what's put in this report, and that's pretty much the essence of it. And it's probably measuring it against, you know, a line in time, like what is the impact now to our finances compared to when you're $20 million surplus. So it's really a judge for councillors is, you know, does it impact the sustainability of your financial impact? So technically, the only recommendation I would make is that if you're going to do this, do it well. What I'm saying is make sure you put whatever you put out there for a survey and community consultation is detailed so that public get a true impact of what you're putting out there as councillors and collect the right data. And then when you submit the application, it demonstrates to the minister to be referred to the Change Commission and give yourself the best success for the Change Commission to rubber stamp it if you're going to do it. So that's, in essence, you know, that's the recommendation I would make. It's not the recommendation you want to hear, but that's my recommendation.
Councillor James, you're comfortable with that. Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and that was one of my concerns too, and thank you for the report, Bailey. But how do you consult with the community when you can't tell them how their representatives will be structured? When I believe that at best you're only going to have 2 or 3 representatives outside the city growth area. So, you know, and this council will have no say in that. I just don't know how you could go to the community with nothing, because what's happened at the moment, we've said divide and divisions, and the community's thought divisions, and they've gone back to the old councils and thought 68, we'll have some people out here. It's not how it works. It works on population and other things, and the Electoral Commission. So how can you consult with the community when you can't say, go to Clifton and say, you're going to have 1 representative for the areas of, say, Clifton, Cambodia, Pittsworth, Millmere, and we haven't got any of that information to go and say to them. So what are you saying to them? Do you want a divided council? What does that actually mean for them on the ground? We can't say that because we don't know, and we won't know because the Electoral Commission will tell us how that will be, and it will be, and we have a look at Ipswich, which has been put in there, and thank you for that. Ipswich and Whitsunday, we can see why Whitsunday's gone back. If Ipswich has got only 1,094 square kilometres and a population of 229,208 people, and we've got 13,000 square kilometres and 170,000 people. I mean, my question, I guess, Bailey, and I know you can't answer it, is how do you go to the community to consult when you haven't got a model to take to them?
That's part of the paper and the process, as I mentioned. Like, if the council resolves to go forward, the steps would be put each individual councillor with a consultant and hear ideas. It's all going to be driven by quota, okay? And then we'd collectively, the council would have to resolve what they'd like to put out there as part of the detailed survey. So you'll eventually get to a landing of what you think it is, individually and then collectively, and then you'll be in a position whether you would like to put that into community for consultation. So how you get there is you individually giving your ideas, being advised that the quotas are here, then collectively saying, look, here's a detailed survey with possible electoral divisions, and then hearing community consultation. So you'll need to do that work to put out in the community, individually and then collectively, and then once that model's put out there, attend community consultation to seek feedback. And then once we've got a detailed survey out there to hear from the electorate, depending on the results of that, will determine whether you put an application in. So you can see that there's a fair bit of work to be done from councillors. So we need to hear your thoughts individually and collectively. And obviously you'll be guided by quotas. So once you get into the detail, it'll say, well, look, that area, how would you set up these electoral divisions? So you'll have to come to a conclusion of what you want to put out for a detailed survey and then be able to talk to it in public.
Thanks, Bailey. This is a pretty big subject, so I'd like everyone who wants to speak at this stage speak. We will at some point need a motion to go forward from here, but I'm more than happy at this stage because this is a very important conversation and decision for this council to make. Councillor Tim and then Councillor Edwina.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Bailey, I'm hearing everything you say, and I suppose the lack of clarity in where do we go from here is needed because we've got to sort of choose the clarity where we go from here. And I note the first question everyone says is Ipswich did it. Well, Ipswich did it in 2019 when they didn't have, from my reading of your report, there wasn't actually councillors, it was in a caretaker capacity. So for this to be done by us is by council laws, hypothetically, hasn't really been done to my reading.
You're correct. So Ipswich had, like, no disrespect to anyone in the room, Ipswich had one mine, which was the caretaker administrator.
Sure.
It wasn't a whole group of mines that had to come together and put something out there for community consultation.
No.
So yes, and I would reiterate some of the models that are, so the models that I've seen recently are, Whit Sundays is the reverse, member, so, division to non-division. Ipswich was to just change the member allocation in divisions. So it was, and then essentially Bundaberg recently was to change the quotas, okay? We're probably doing what you call the hardest. We're going from a non-divisional to divisional, and then when you start that process, you might come to the conclusion you want to go to a member division, for example. You might have a certain area you want to have three members, and some places you might have one member. Okay, so you might come to that conclusion as well. So we're doing what I call is probably, it's a decent project. Yeah. So you're really going to have to be clear what you're representing to the community. So Ipswich was easier. I just want to reiterate that I don't have a preferred position. So as I said, we can coordinate any project you like. I just want to be clear the involvement that councillors will have to have in this project with the community.
Yeah, okay. No, I appreciate our council hasn't got a position, and my questions are in line with us not having a position. So my reading is if we were going to have a position and follow this, we would need to have it in 2 years before the election. So we're talking March 26, right? And so that means we've got a year and a half now to do a heck of a lot of work, which not shying away from hard work if we would go down that way, but that's the timeline. If we were to go, and I'm talking hypotheticals because again, I'm speaking as though we haven't got a position because we haven't, to the community and say, some sort of consultation, and it comes back, it's literally up to us, the 11 elected reps, to sit in a room and draw lines on a map, right, and get ABS statistics and numbers and look at our whole region where everyone lives. Is that the level of detail we're talking here? So just us in a room, various consultation with whoever, but us in a room drawing lines on a map to determine divisions. Is that the level, or can we, is that what we're talking here?
Essentially.
Yeah, sure.
So getting your individual feedback, what you really see that you want to achieve out of this, because some of it could be simple as that. If there's any sort of pre-amalgamation, that may not be possible on the level of quotas, if that's what some councillors' views are. But essentially, with a consultant individually, you'll be sitting sharing your thoughts, why you would want to go through this, and then essentially at some stage you're going to have to come out as collectively with your divisions to put out there for community consultation, and that'll be guided by quotas and numbers, and there'll be all different models. As I said, from my early, reading is that you may end up with one big outer region, outer Toowoomba city region, which is a grasp of area, or you might end up with regions on the back of suburbs of Toowoomba, because you've still got to meet that level of quota to convince the Change Commission that it's, what I would say, equilibrium. So yes, Councillor Tim, you would have to individually share your thoughts, and then that would be surmised and collectively come together. Is it only the councillors that vote for? What do the councillors do that are against the proposal? Do they go to public consultation and speak their thoughts? Okay, so this is I'd rather be open to say how this project plays. Okay, so technically, yes, Councillor Tim, you would have to eventually come to that, put it out in a community consultation, get the results from a detailed survey. If the detailed survey results are, what we say at a level that we think they're reasonable community support, then submit the application. So that's where there's a fair bit of heavy lifting from councillors.
Sure. No, thank you for the answer, Bailey. Sort of one more, Chair, at this stage, just a question. The amount of times should we go in a direction from here, and the amount of times it comes back to us after this, is that dependent on which route we take? I would imagine one to sort of come back and one then again to check the division. Like, is there a list? And I was unclear with various readings in the report of how many times this comes back to us after this.
So what you'd need to bring back to this council if you press the green light, okay, is what would go out to a detailed survey to the community. So that's after the consultant, myself, and whoever's involved in the project meet with councillors individually and then collectively put together the survey, that the community consultation you want to launch out to the community, and that essentially is the concept of the community that you want to draw results from. That is likely to have the detail of if you go the detail survey, electoral divisions, okay, so virtually you'll be rubber stamping that, going out, and then essentially that's an important piece of work. So you would need to rubber stamp that, what the community consultation survey is, and that will probably include the electoral divisions that you conclude that you want feedback on. After that, you'll need to probably speak to, as I said in this paper, we need probably some extra resources to help to coordinate that personal community consultation, because I don't think you can just launch a detailed survey and not interact with the community, because they want to hear more about it from your councillors, okay? Any positive feedback will help the application, okay? So technically, yes. So then once the survey feedbacks come back, we get that back, then we'd have to look at that, and we'd need to get a resolution to say, look, do you want to submit an application to the minister? And you'd resolve, yes, we'd like to submit an application to the minister. We'd prepare that application and it'd go in, and then we just have to wait to see if there's any requisitions. If they refer it to the Electoral Commission, and then if there's any requisitions from that, and if there's any, public, they will see community consultation themselves post that. So yes, so technically you'd probably have 2 or 3 times it would come back to you, but it'll be crucial information that you need to, essentially decide for community consultation.
Thanks very much. No questions at this stage.
Comfortable with that, Councillor Tim? Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. Bailey, thank you for the report. I think it was really good. A lot of detailed analysis there on both sides, pros and cons, so thank you. Just on this, and from what I read, survey work, it's critical to have consumer buy-in or customer ratepayer buy-in to get something like this approved. And to do that, we obviously need all the survey work to be completed. And I know you mentioned to be completed in the next 6 months given the timelines ahead. To do that, and if we're looking at 10 divisions potentially, and 2 to 3 rounds of community consultation for each of those potential areas, with a cost of looking around 1.4 million up to in the report, I'm guessing that this is not budgeted for at the moment, considering we're looking at budgets right now too. So we have to come from somewhere.
I haven't put in a budget request for this at this stage.
So I guess, yeah, just talking, you were just talking about sustainability earlier. So the other question, it probably leads on more from Councillor Tim's comments just before, and I guess looking at the quota-based area, given we are such a huge region, and I was looking at the square kilometres per councillor in your report, and we're sitting at the highest of those mentioned other councils. We're looking at, what, 1,297 square metres per councillor, excluding the mayor. And then when you look at, Ipswich is only 136 square kilometres per councillor to cover. So if we're looking at quotas, we would potentially be looking at one or two councillors, given the region, having a much expanded footprint versus others. Is that correct?
So on quotas, you'll be looking at voting quota, in my opinion. For example, if a seat, so you'd be roughly sort of looking at, if you look at Bundaberg's a good report, how they've sort of, with their member divisions, looking at resizing their quotas as growth has happened, okay? So technically, you'd be looking at voters. So technically, if the average over the area is like 30,000 as a hypothetical number, you'd be looking to put 30,000 in each division. Equal representation. You can't have one with 5,000. So it won't be based on kilometres. So the application will be based on that we've allowed each seat to have the right level of quota by voters. And that's what I meant. The outer side could be one massive region to get, I'm only using a hypothetical number, like could be 30,000, or you could end up with have 30,000 sort of off the edges. So you've got to remember the application is probably going to be on quotas of voters.
Okay, so during the election, a lot of people were looking for more representation in the region, but potentially by moving to this, if they've based on voter quota, they may not. Councils will still be potentially spread out in the regions.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that you may have a big outer region, and there may be someone interested servicing that. That's why I don't have a position. And that might end up with hypothetically 30,000 voters like the other divisions. So realistically, yeah. So if you just on a mathematical sense, you'll have to add a lot of little small towns together to get to the quota in the application. So that's just general maths. So technically, I don't know the numbers, but what I'm saying also is that there may be appetite for that to represent the region. There may be a councillor willing to service that region as well. So I'm not going to comment on that. So technically, it's really, the application would have to demonstrate that we covered the voting quota adequately. Okay?
Thank you.
So yeah, so that's the whole application process. So yeah, but the application will be lodged, and then it's in the hands of the Minister and then the Electoral Commission. So it's demonstrating those two parameters first.
Thanks, Bailey. Councillor Trevor.
Thank you. Big complex matter. Pre-election, I believe there was motivation out there for something to happen like this. But overall, I think the general public out there, whether it's Toowoomba, whether you're Moomarin, whether you're Yarraman, they will want to see lines drawn in the sand to see where they fit in the whole algorithm of the whole thing. Are the regional areas going to be represented by one division, two divisions, three divisions? As you said, Bailey, it all comes back to population. So whoever instigates this report has to think like the ECQ and come up with population representation, and how that pans out, I've got no idea. And the cost of setting up this report, I don't think it's going to happen in 6 months. It's a huge document to be put to us and then put back to us, and then get community consultation to see whether they're in favour of it. Huge document. Has there been any costings on to do what I would call a feasibility study on getting a report like this to draw lines in the sand? And then obviously drawing lines in the sand is one division represented by one councillor, is another division represented by 2 or 3 councillors. I don't know. It's a minefield.
Yeah, so that's been costed in the cost there, to get an external consultant to sit with councillors individually and then councillors collectively, while being guided by some of those quota and voting population principles. So yes, that's inside of there to sit down and essentially to undertake that work. So, and Councillor McMahon's right, it's virtually putting up on maps and getting the populations and sharing ideas and then getting to a position. So it's inclusive, that 1.4 million at the top end and the figure that was at the low end. So it's all included in there of the work that you'd need to bring someone in.
And following on, okay, we get to a resolution to say, hey, we're in favour of it. Is that decision made in-house here, or does it have to go back to the residents, or we tasked with we vote yes, we vote no for that to happen?
Okay, so you're tasked whether you want to lodge an application with the minister for a non-divisional versus divisional change. So you are tasked with it. It's not the public that vote to say pass a resolution to lodge it with the minister. What you need to do to get there to lodge an application is to undertake a reasonable level of community support. And so you'll have to go through the process of what you want to put out there for community consultation. Once you get that back, yes, this council's tasked with saying, look, we've got that. We'd give you a report of what the community consultation was. From that, you'd go, okay, can you please prepare an application for us to review? And then you would sign off on the application by resolution and we would lodge that application. So yes, so the community gives community consultation, but you're the decision maker as council of the lodgement with the minister.
Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a few questions, Bailey. Listen with interest to the questions and your answers so far. In reading the material, I was impressed with the fact that Ipswich has done what I personally want to see done, albeit it was done because there was an administrator as opposed to divergent councillors. But nevertheless, the precedent of what you have to do and how it is arrived at is there for the world to look at. And that, and if I'm correct in my recollection of the 2019 report, that included the preparation of the administrator's report, those associated with the community survey, discussion paper, background document, comprehensive Q&A material outlining the pros and cons, and then analysis of those outcomes. And so that would have all gone down to the Change Commission, and we have what we see today in Ipswich. Reading your report, and I congratulate you on the in-depth study and composition of it. But reading it, I certainly come away with the view that, well, why would you bother? Because it's going to take a lot of time and a lot of money, somewhere between $500,000 and $1.5 million, apparently. And I just wonder about that, bearing in mind that we have already in our neighbouring regional city, Ipswich, a precedent that has worked. And in fact, there was a partial review, in a sense, done in 2022 as well, and no change has been recommended since. So my question to you is, could we not learn from what has happened in Ipswich to cut down those costs? And could not our officers, as well as the councillors involved, is it not within our capability to follow those precedents and come up with something that could work?
The answer is yes. So there are a number of councils in Queensland that have divisions, so and member divisions. So the research has been yes. So we can do it. We can get ourselves into a position of lodging an application. We just need to do the work, which is get the community consultation. And my answer to that is do it well, because there's like if you with Sundays they asked a yes and no question, and they got a yes, but that wasn't a yes on the detail. So what I'm saying is that if you're going out, that if you look at my paper, I talk about a prelim survey or a detail survey. I would recommend the detail survey, because if you're going out to community consult, you may as well do it well and get the true information on the models that you put forward. So yes, so there are a number of number of councils in Queensland that have divisions and member divisions. So essentially, and I do apologise if the paper comes across that we're not in support. I've tried to leave it neutral, put the costs down in the process. All I'd like to be clear is that something that councillors need to understand, it's not one of those projects you say, oh, Bailey, can you start it and finish it and be heavily involved in it? Yeah. It's actually a project that's it's in your thought process. So we need to hear your thought process. You'll need to answer community questions on it. So I just wanted to be clear that a project of this nature will have more councillor input than you think with the public than management. So yeah, so, and as I said earlier, do I believe that as a manager, can I coordinate a project of this nature? Yes. And the costs will depend once we get into what you want to put in the detailed community consultation. So.
No, thank you. Just getting back to the survey issue, which seems to be a critical one here. Have we looked at the survey that was put out by the administrator at Ipswich?
Yes, so there's a reporting that shows some of the questions they asked. Theirs was a little bit different because they had different basis questions they put out to the community in the current circumstances. Yeah. So they asked multiple questions to the community about probably, in all disrespect to my colleagues, but there was some centre around, governance items as well. So they had a very detailed survey about that. So they had a comprehensive report. So our survey would be more along the lines of the pros and cons of, once you've come to a conclusion of the divisions, and really, and when I say detailed, are we going to leave it that we just say, here's a link on the website, or are we going to email letters to everyone, or do you know what I mean? How proactive are we going to be to get our community consultation? And that's why I'm saying you can do community consultation at 100K or 50K, or you can do it well, like really make sure you get hear from the community, and there's different mediums you can use to proact, people to give you that feedback. And obviously the more mediums you use, the more the costs in the process. So that's where the costs come in.
No, thank you. Just sorry to harp on this, but in relation to that survey, I can't recall seeing that. That probably is there, but I can't recall it. But what was the result there? Was it anywhere near 40% response? That to me, in the surveys we've done here in council for various things, you get a handful of people responding rather than 40% of the population, and this seems to me to be incredible. You can't, half the time you can't get 40% of the people to turn up in the election, will they? Well, that's an exaggeration.
I'll need to take that number on notice and provide that to you. But
I think, it is important, I think, because what you're arguing, and I don't criticise it, is that the bigger the better in terms of the response, and that just makes sense. But does it have to be more than 50% or 60% in order to be credible when past surveys may not have been anywhere near that? That's why I think the Ipswich one is critical to. I don't know what the answer is to the Ipswich one.
I've got the answer to that. So essentially, so when we've done the work, if that's what we're going to do, the results would come back, and this council would need to decide There's no number. Like, it'll be up to you to say, look, 30% is reasonable community support to lodge an application, or 40% or 50%. So the answer to that is a council resolution. So technically, I would come back to you with it and say, look, you've got, because in the end, this council has to decide whether to lodge the application with the minister. And I would come back to you and say, look, we've done the detailed survey work. We've got, this is how many respondents we had out of a total of X in the region, and this is what the response has been. Now it's up to you if you believe that's reasonable community support to lodge an application. So that will be a democratic process amongst this group of councillors, not a recommendation from us.
No, sure, but all I'm saying is that if, for example, the Ipswich survey result is that, a good number, like 10% of the whole population voted yes for it, and the Change Commission accepted the Ipswich administrator's proposal, then the precedent is set that we could with confidence follow. That's my only point.
Yes, that's correct, Councillor Shine. Like, whether that's a precedent or that's the level that the minister's willing to refer to the Change Commission, that argument, could stand. So, yes. But in the end, it'll be up to the council whether the results that come back from any community consultation, whether you'd like management to submit an application. So that's the answer to that question. And yes, the minister, like what I've seen, is generally accepts and passes it to the Change Commission to consider, and then the Change Commission might also do some community consultation as part of their process, which they do. So yeah, so in essence, it's up to this council whether you believe that you've got sufficient, reasonable community support.
Okay, we've got a couple more questions or comments, Councillor Bill and Councillor Carroll. And I'll just may just consider, councillors, for those that haven't spoken, if you'd like to, and then we may adjourn. And during that adjournment, when we return, it would be pertinent for us to have a motion that we could actually decide upon on our return. Councillor Bill and Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Mayor. Comments, if I may. Bailey, firstly, thank you for the report and your fearless and frank presentation of that information. That's all part of good quality decision-making in the boardroom here. Based on the report and the examples you give, I think we would be on the harder end of the scale of what we're trying to achieve compared to some of those easier options. I digress for a second. I just remember how hard it is to have a boundary realignment on a LG, a local government area, let alone a divisional discussion. I think we're in for a good deal of work. I think at the centre of this, but for me, the most important question that I have to answer for myself and with conscience is what does the majority of the community want us to focus on here as councillors? What do they really want us to focus on here? After all, they elect us to be a council as custodians of their affairs, and I think there's some pretty important issues ahead of us, facing us, which will ultimately determines the cost of living for all of our residents. This is yet another, and it's not a project, I agree, Bailey, it's not a project, it's a much more than a project. And we have some serious concerns in front of us and priorities that I think any reasonable, passing the reasonable test would really like us to focus our attention on and think strategically about and how we manage their affairs. For me, there is another model and this is not new, and this should be part of business as usual. And there's an item coming up later that I think has great potential at an affordable business as usual approach with continuous improvement in mind for any council around community consultation. And I think that's a sound approach for any council to take. at far less cost and part of business as usual, with just as probably more positive outcomes in my personal view, because I look with interest, and I don't want to go through the detail of the advantages, disadvantages as more than capably set out by the example from Whitsunday. But those things there are some of the very things I've been arguing or stating very, very clearly for quite a number of years every time this issue gets raised. So we need to draw a line in the sand about where we're going to from here. What are our priorities? What is our priority list in managing people's affairs? And how do we do that equitably? And it's a question of accessibility, and it's already been mooted that there may not be any more accessibility to councillors. In fact, there may be disadvantage that you don't have accessibility to 11 councillors. You might actually have accessibility to 1 or 2, or maybe 3, and you don't actually get to vote on what your whole council looks like. It'll be a divisional vote under that model. So that's just one example without going into the detail of others. But for me, and I must say this humbly, as a person who has worked in divisions specific to local government, distinctly different from state government, very specifically in local government, I see potentially the propensity, and it's set out in the Ipswich model that I read, that actually tends to be moving away from their single member to multi-member, which they've now moved. They actually appear to be moving in the direction that we are now presently as a 1TRC, and who knows, could very well end up with their population growth and variation as a 1 Ipswich at some point in the future. So that is contrary to some views that have been put. But I do see the propensity for, and it's set out in the report there in part of the information, for councillors to be pulled away from what's contrary to the Local Government Act, and that is focusing strategically on the interests of the community rather than the propensity to dive into localised issues and an operational approach to council, of which I have experience in, and I know Councillor Taylor has too, because I can speak at length about how I saw the operation of council in a divisional council and how that was very localised. And I dare say, I would, this is my personal opinion, and I stress that, it was very much considered a divisional budget in that approach, under that model. And I think that has some danger to lead us away from best practice in the decision-making process about what the priorities are for the entire region. And I know that's some emotive stuff that I say, but I can only speak from personal experience about why I decided to stay in local government and why I otherwise would have chosen to exit. Because when amalgamation happened, it was a one-region approach without divisions. And that was the sole reason why I chose to stay in local government. Otherwise, I would have been out after my first term, because I saw firsthand some of the pitfalls. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Bill. Now, Councillor Carroll, before I go to you, I just wouldn't mind giving the option for Councillors Rebecca, Councillor Melissa and Councillor Gary if you wanted to say anything on the subject. If not, Councillor Carroll, I'm happy to go back to you, and then we might just adjourn the meeting for a while.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And just following on from Councillor Bill, it was the lead up to the amalgamation where the mayors and the people on that committee had the choice of what happened with the council, And the choice was this, and I've mentioned I need councillors to listen to this and the community needs to understand it. We had the choice of having an undivided council, or we had the choice of having one councillor for Clifton, Cambodia, Pittsworth and Millmerran, and 2 councillors for John Darien, Crow's Nest and Rosalie. So that's 3 for the whole area that rings around the area. This is not going to be too different because it does go on population, it doesn't go on area. The cost of this is mooted to be 1 point, and we need to take that type of thing to the community so they understand. They don't understand that. I spoke to them pre-election. They believe that divisions are going to give them something like what they had prior to 2008, and it is not going to do that. The other thing was we chose to do that and cover the area with portfolios, which that's been changed as well, but I believe that that worked. The other thing the community needs to understand is that we could spend 1.4, or I think north of that money, and we would be given no prospects of success. It's not sure that we'd be successful, and if we were, it won't be on the terms that we want it to be, it'll be on the terms of what the population dictates. If you're looking at Ipswich, where they are 1/12 of our size, with probably almost a quarter more population than we have. So it's not really applicable to the way an area is going to be divided up. That's all I want to say. We need to go into this with our eyes wide open. This is not going to be what the community thinks it's going to be, what they've actually been led to believe. This will be in the hands of the Change Commission and the Electoral Commission, and it'll go on numbers, is how it'll go. And if it has areas, like if you do have divisions, it's quite likely that the areas that increase in population, they could be changed every 2 or 3 years. So the area could be changed every 2 or 3 years, just as they do with state and federal seats. So I just don't know how we can go to the community and say, we want your opinion on divisions, when we can't tell them what that means, and they have another opinion and understanding of it to what the actual reality is. The reality is it'll be cut up according to the numbers of people. It won't be cut up according to the area. So, and we're going to risk upwards of 1.4 million, perhaps, on having that happen. And if we did take, for instance, 10% of our community, I don't agree with that, and that would be a council decision. How could you say that you had overwhelming success and support for that? There's a lot of question marks around this, and I'd like us to be thinking about that over lunch. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor James, and then we'll move to adjourn.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just a question on this, and it's probably to yourself, to be honest, in regards to this next motion, which is not exactly linked to this, but it kind of is. And I suppose the whole question or the issue we're trying to sort of solve around here is that representational in those regional areas, or feedback and things that we've heard essentially since amalgamation around, to use a word, those areas feeling left out and forgotten, etc., like that. So in light of this particular item and the next item that's coming, can I ask, is your intent or the idea around what this next motion is around that, trying to come up with a different idea or a solution around exactly that representation in regional areas and I guess a response to community feedback that we've heard, not just this election, but over a period of time?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor James. Keeping in mind that the intent, I think, from everyone here, and it was Councillor Shine that brought this to the table, is the same. We all actually want to do the best for our community, engage, how we connect. That is the crux of it. The motion that's coming in item 13 is separate, yet it is driven by that same motivation, connecting better to the community. So they are quite separate, but the intent of both is similar in that we need to connect better with the community. And certainly, if irrespective of what happens with this item, the other item is separate and can move along at the same pace, because any divisions wouldn't take effect until the next term at the earliest. Yet we know as councillors that we want to do all we can to connect better with the community. and that's what item 13 is about. So it's, I guess they're very similar in the intent, but how they're enacted, one can be implemented rather quickly, the other wouldn't be for another term. So councillors, it's now 12:20. Can I ask that we consider a motion to move this forward when we return from whoever may like to put that forward, and we'll then have something on the table of which we can decide. And we'll return at... Sorry? We'll do a motion to adjourn as soon as I just work out the time that we'll return, which will be, is 1 o'clock too early? 1's okay? Happy with that? 1 p.m. We'll return at 1 p.m. So I have someone to move to adjourn to 1 p.m. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor James. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thank you, everyone. Councillors, we'll resume the meeting. We're all clear and online. Very good, thank you very much. We continue the meeting with item 12.1, the electoral arrangement review. Now, do we have a motion? Councillor Shine, you indicated?
Yes, yes, Mayor, I've asked that it be put up, please.
You've put something through to Connie? Okay. This is the proposed motion by Councillor Shine, that the council resolve to defer consideration of the electoral arrangement review until after budget review 1. Councillor Carl, you indicated a foreshadowed motion?
Yes, I do, Chair. And there's some reasons attached under that too.
I might just read that for the benefit of those watching online, Councillor Bill, if you don't mind. Foreshadowed motion that council take no further action in relation to developing a divisional election arrangement paper for council to consider, i.e. electoral divisions, open brackets, mapped area, close brackets, and a number of councillors to represent the electoral division. And this would be number 2 to that, I would imagine. You'll have a 1 and a 2. 2 would be that council remain focused on continual improvement with our interactions across the community by investigating other service models to facilitate accessibility to elected representatives. That reads your...
Yeah, and then the reasons are...
Oh, the reasons as well. Okay. 1, the council has other options available to determine the views of its communities within the region. 2, extensive community consultation process involved to determine new divisional elections arrangements is costly and unlikely to result in improved representation for regional communities. 3, that further consideration of this matter will result in council being distracted from its core business. And 4, that the success of any submissions council may determine in the future to change electoral arrangements is the sole discretion of the state government. So they're the reasons for your foreshadowed motion, Councillor Bill. Okay, Councillor Kerry, I'll move to you and we'll need to get a seconder for your motion. Is there a seconder for Councillor Kerry's motion? If we can go back to the first one there. The council resolve to defer consideration of the electoral arrangement review until after budget review 1. That would be 2024 budget review 1. Councillor Shine, that would be this year's budget review 1. Council 2024. Do I have a seconder for that motion, councillors? Seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Councillor Shine, would you like to talk to the motion before I open up debate?
Thank you, Mayor. Basically, you'll understand that the issue is being put off if my motion is successful, mainly because of the financial issues raised in the report. BR1 will be a better opportunity for us to look at the issue as to whether we can afford it. As to the principles involved here, we've already been down a very considerable journey, interrupted by the recent election. I thank councillors who have supported the proposals leading up to this, getting us to this point. Whilst the holding of the election resulted in delay, it did afford all of us the room to find out the opinion of people, to gauge their needs, wants and moods, particularly people in regional Queensland, regional part of the region. My own assessment of the important issues canvassed during the campaign was that rural representation, or the lack of it, was a major consideration. Certainly, it was first and foremost in my own advocacy, in person, in print, or in the media generally. Others included it as a plank in their campaigns, and a few were mute on the subject in the public forums in particular. Certainly, the feedback, not just in country towns, but also in the city, was supportive of a ward system which would provide surety for country representation. At the election following amalgamation in 2008, former Shire mayors and councillors were elected. so no problem then existed. Now, only one councillor comes from a former shire, living at Highfields, very much really part of the city itself. The first obstacle towards reform is that the move will require a resolution of council in support. I simply ask my colleagues to think back of the faces of the regional attendees that the forums held and be open to their longing for representation by a local or a fellow rural resident, and give assent to their very reasonable wish to have representation, a representative who they are likely to know or feel able to contact easily, or be able to identify that councillor and have something in common with them. They are like them from the bush. A person who knows the local conditions because she or he lives there. And I refer you to the material, especially in the attachment 3, setting out the advantages and disadvantages. And ask councillors to remember that in the future you'll have to look these people in the eye. The second requirement is to provide evidence of a reasonable support through the community. In my observation, there is overwhelming support for this change in rural areas. It's really a given. I believe Toowoomba City also will support it on the basis of the belief in a fair go for country folk. Many of the people living in Toowoomba, myself included, have country origins. And the results of the election of 2008 indicate that the Toowoomba City voted in favour of those country representatives. But, as I set out in the Guide to Local Government Change proposals, evidence needs to be supplied. On reading our report, one would be forgiven for thinking that the process involved here is too hard and too expensive. What I'd like to see would be a proper inquiry or examination of what was done and at what cost in the Ipswich move to divisions in 2019, and not, of course, the 2022 review. The 2019 procedure was accepted by the Commission and I suspect carried out for less expensive cost than what has been given to us here to date, notwithstanding the time, effort and skill displayed in the material given, for which I thank the author. By way of example, in carrying out a survey, would it really mean posting a form to every resident? Surely, in addition to the Bold magazine, could be inserted with an easy fill out and mail back or email back form, setting out advantages or disadvantages and advocating a yes or no case. This could be utilised with very little cost. A further example arises comparing the contents of the attachment 4, which I note is confidential, and attachment 1. The department guide is attachment 1, and what's in attachment 4 really is a summary of what's in the guide. So there's examples of saving on legal costs there, which would be further saved down the track with a little bit of thought. Could we not piggyback on the example of our near regional city Ipswich and follow their precedent rather than engaging expensive consultants and lawyers? Could we not engage in the servicing of petitions, fairly cheap way of getting back community opinion? The third requirement is that it will not adversely affect the sustainability of the council. Of course, we'll end up with the same number, whatever it costs to provide for us, 11. The existing officers and staff are already there. There's splendid officers available in most of those country areas, principal country areas. And the only cost will be a one-off one of setting it up. I commend my motion basically to review the matter again at BR1, by which time information can be obtained, particularly from Ipswich, particularly relating to the procedure that was undertaken and the cost involved to that region. Thank you.
Councillor Shine, do I have a speaker against the motion? No speaker against the motion. I'm happy to put the motion. Councillor Trevor?
Not really against, not really for. What we're doing, I think, is kicking the ball down the road a little bit to later on in the year. To what result we'll get then, I don't know, but neither for or against it.
Well, if you don't vote either way, you'll be voted as against. So
I see the benefit.
You've got an option.
I see the benefit in it, but I'm just thinking, okay, 3 months, 4 months down the road, are we going to be sitting around here deliberating the same questions and answers and maybe come up with the foreshadowed motion again? I don't know.
Councillor, now we have finished the debate here, so if there's questions, we'll go questions, otherwise we're going to vote. Question? Councillor Gary? Councillor Gardner, can you just push your button on your... Thanks for that. Just
Under what you're talking about, the regions would only get one person based on the current...
Yeah, what I would like to see is 5 divisions. Each division would have equal number of people. Based on the election results, the state election results, and the local government election results, that would mean 4 divisions coming from Toowoomba and including Highfields, might be 3 in Toowoomba, 1 in Highfields, and would leave 1 division with 2 councillors in it for the rest of the country areas. Now, as has been pointed out in previous discussions, you don't have to live in the particular division. Yeah, well, everyone's got a chance to have a say here.
Yeah, there's a question. As there has been a question asked, I will go to someone to speak against the motion. So you're not summing up at the moment, Councillor Shine.
No,
you're answering Councillor Gary's question. So continue on.
He asked, would it mean 1 councillor for all of that area? I think the way I would prefer it, and I'm not proposing it today because the model will come as a result of the consultation of all of us, and hopefully we'll agree on it. If not a majority, we'll come up with a model. I think the most workable model is sort of based on Ipswich, would be having 5 divisions, 1 for the bush, 4 for the city and Highfields, and in each division you have 2 councillors.
Answer your question, Councillor Gary?
Yeah, but under current laws that's not possible, is it?
Yeah, no, that's what happens in Ipswich, yeah.
Okay, now we had... Bailey, did you want to talk to that?
Yes, so as Councillor Shine said, it's once you get into the detail of the work to check the area and the numbers, the voting numbers, etc., you'll have to work through that. So I haven't sat back and looked at the numbers geographically in the regions outside of Toowoomba City to see what structure. So Councillor Shine's put up he's already voiced what you'd sit in front of someone and say, this is my thoughts. Others may have different views, and then you have to come to a positive, outcome. So really, looking at the numbers would determine that, Councillor Gardner, without doing the detail work, and that's what you'd have to resolve to commence.
As we had a question and we had a response there from Councillor Shine, I'm open now for someone to speak against the motion. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, Mayor, I've spoken about this a lot. I think Councillor Shine speaks very well, and in reality, the question of divisions has got the community quite excited about it and quite uninformed about it. They think that they're going to have a councillor. If we have, as Councillor Shine says, if it's going to go around, it will be no more than 3 for the whole of the area. That's the reality. If it is cut another way, it'll mean that you could live out at Clifton and have someone still in here in part of the city to get the population. That's how they'll cut it, like a half a pie. That's what was presented in 2008, and that's how they do it to get the actual divisions somewhat equally. There's a toleration of 10%. I don't think the community understands what Councillor Shine might like to see, what I might like to see, what any councillor around this table might want to see is not what's going to happen. It'll happen according to the laws that they have, according to the population that's there. And I say again, Ipswich is 1/12 of the size of Toowoomba. 1/12 the size of Toowoomba in area. So, I mean, we've got sparsely populated areas, and we've got the only place we've got intensity of population is round Highfields and Toowoomba, really. So to get that population, it will be cut, and the centre will be nothing to gain by it in reality, because someone living out at Millmerran, their representative might be in the centre of the city as it's gone out that way. The way we can represent people, as I've said before, is by recognising them in the budget when we're putting budget money aside for things that are important to them and consulting with them about those things. It's no good saying to them that this is going to change their representation. It isn't. When we think of the rural areas and the townships, anyone else in this Toowoomba region can put forward a candidate for council. Anyone in this Toowoomba region can put forward a candidate for council. It doesn't have to be divisional. And they could find a candidate and put them forward from their community and get behind them and get the rest of the rural people behind them. So I think that there's a little bit of work there for our progressors and others to start thinking about in getting likely candidates that they feel can represent their area. I don't believe that at the end of the day we'll spend upwards of $1.4 million. We'll put forward what we think we want to see, should we decide with this. But at the end of the day, it'll be the Change Commission, the state government and the electoral commissioner that will decide how these are and how many people are outside the city.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. The Speaker in favour? Do you have a question, or are you speaking in favour? Councillor Tim, speaking in favour. Councillor Tim?
Thanks, Chair. Look, I feel like we're perhaps spinning yarns that don't exist right now, to be really honest. The proposed motion says we defer this to consideration after Budget Review 1 2024. I don't hear anything in the motion about how we split up the pie, how much it's going to cost. I think the intent of the motion is we defer it until we know the budget's done, till we know what we're looking at, and we look at it at BR1. I feel like the intent of the motion is perhaps much simpler than the conversation is going around who does what, where they're going to come from, and what the pie's going to look like. So that'll be my speak in favour. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Any speakers against the motions? Councillor Bell.
Yeah, I'll speak against the motion simply because we are merely spitballing at this stage, and the intent of this, as brought by the officer, is they need to have clear and specific direction. It's not wait for a budget review to see how much money we've got, because we don't know how much money we have to spend, and that's only a financial implication. There are so many other implications that are unknown and unquantifiable at this stage. So we're being asked to press the go button here or the stop button, and let's get on with, as my foreshadowed motion highlights, how we deal with the future, with the business at hand, amongst the priorities we have, and how do we evolve at becoming better in accessibility to representatives across the region. So the rest of it is conjecture. That's what the officer has clearly stated to us. We need to give a clear direction, go or not, because you can't put the chicken and the egg out of sequence.
Thanks, Councillor Bill. Another speaker in favour of the motion. Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor. I speak in favour and supported Councillor Shine's motion. And in doing so, I don't disagree with a single word that Councillor Taylor mentioned in her debate. I don't disagree with a single word that Councillor Carl mentioned in his debate. I think that there are expectations in the community that there is a point down the track, if we do this, that we will go back to some sort of pre-amalgamation situation. And it might be spitballing, but I don't think that a single one of us thinks that that's actually going to happen. And Councillor Taylor talked about how the last time that this was visited, the numbers looked like 3 in the regions, and I would say since then there's actually been a densification in the city, and it might even be less than that. We might end up with 2 or even 1 for the entire region, spanning from Yarraman right down to Mulmerran. I think that $1.4 million is very difficult for us. And so far, you're probably thinking, well, why did you support this motion? And there's one reason, and that is because of that misapprehension and misunderstanding in the community of what it would look like down the track. If we actually do this, it would be done for good and there would be understanding in the community. And we have consistently heard from people in the regions that they are aggrieved, that they don't feel like that they've got adequate representation. And that is the single reason, in the pursuit of more democracy for those people, that I speak in favour of this motion.
Thanks, Councillor Rebecca, Speaker against, Councillor James.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, probably similar to what Councillor Rebecca said, I respect the points of view that have been put around the table and don't disagree with a lot of them. And I've been on this train of getting to this point as well, in terms of progressing to the point where we look at potentially divisions, wards, a better system moving forward. I don't know, to be honest. I really don't know. And I don't think anyone here really knows that either, to be really honest, and I respect people that have been in the situation before. But the reason I speak against this motion is, and I respect Councillor Shine and the levels you've gone to get us to this point, and obviously very much being in favour of moving towards potentially the division or award system. Well, I don't think a real strong advocacy of that is a deferral. A deferral doesn't do either. To be honest, the proposed motion and the foreshadowed motion to me say the same thing. However, the second one has a point 2, which is actually a directive towards remaining focused on continual improvement with our interactions across the community. Because at the end of the day, that's the question that we're trying to solve. That's the question that councils have been trying to grapple with. It's the question the community's been trying to grapple with since amalgamation, is how you represent regional communities. And as I said, is it divisions, is it wards, or whatever it may be. But to me, to vote in favour of deferral doesn't do that. That doesn't give a strong commitment. What that does is kick it further down the road and actually delay the whole process. So it's not actually doing anything. So I don't understand what the purpose of deferring it is when we can bring it back. To be honest, with the second motion, you can bring it back at any stage anyway, because the body of work has been done and we understand the process that has to be taken if we want to take the leap and go down that path. The more reason we need to defer it is because we can't answer the questions that the officer, Mr. Garcher, went through before, to be honest. How are you going to do it? The council's going to be involved in all those sort of processes. We would more need to defer or to understand the full process of how you're going to press go on it anyway. So I just don't feel like this motion really addresses anything. I think it's just kicking it further down the road, because the next motion, though, as I said, speaks to answering the questions that we've all heard since amalgamation. It takes a step towards answering the questions that we all heard during the recent election campaign. It takes a step towards improving community connection, representation, engagement, feeling the love, by looking at the model that's proposed in the next motion that's about to come to us. And it's going to start, potentially, we can press go on it ASAP. We know this process just drags this alignment further down the road. So if we're really looking to answer that question around regional connection and how we engage with those communities or those ones that feel like they haven't received the love, that won't be decided by necessarily a ward system. It'll be decided by the people and how they feel empowered by this council. We have the opportunity to do that, and I feel like And I commend you, Mayor, for the steps you have taken and from listening to the community and proposing what you're proposing in the next motion. That is the most meaningful step I've seen since amalgamation of council as a whole. I'm not saying individuals, because I know there's a lot of people passionate about the region, but this council as a whole towards finding a system or finding a footprint or a way for councillors to represent this entire region in a way that makes all of our different communities empowered. It's a new approach to community engagement. The next step, which is proposed in the next motion, is the best way forward for me, and let's see how that goes. That could be a real opportunity to get the community on board and understand that this council certainly wants to see the best for those particular regions and make them feel empowered. And the foreshadowed motion, followed by the next motion, in my opinion, respectfully, does that.
Thanks, Councillor James. Speaker in favour of the motion? If not, Councillor Shine, I'd like to give you the offer to sum up, if you don't mind.
Thanks, Mayor. Just in relation to Councillor James's remarks, in no way am I suggesting that we should oppose the number 2 in the foreshadowed motion to which he refers. Anything that we can do over the next 3.75 years to facilitate engagement, better engagement, particularly with the regional areas of the region, is something to be supported. My motion doesn't say anything to the contrary, I wouldn't have thought, simply because if ultimately what I hope to achieve by way of having an award system becomes a reality, it wouldn't take effect until after the next election anyway. Councillor Von Hoff raised some valid points about the variation in numbers and design of the electorates. From my point of view, the end result, as I said before, and I've said consistently in my view, that it should be 5 divisions, 2 councillors in each. It would roughly be similar to Toowoomba South and Condamine. Condamine, to make up the numbers, does take in part of western parts of Toowoomba, but on this occasion, that 5th division would take in Millmerran, which is currently in a different state electorate. So when you do the numbers, it would be principally, that would be the country seat, the country division, like they have in Ipswich, because they have one of those divisions there is principally a country area, but it does take in part of the city just to make up the numbers. That's how it works. No great drama about that. And yeah, sure, you could be a candidate who lives in Toowoomba up against a notable regional identity. I wouldn't like your chances. I think people will vote for the local every time, but that's democracy, and see how it works out. I'd just like to reflect on the fact that we have to be conscious of, and it's raised in the report, I think, the Human Rights Act. Section 23 says that every person has the right and is to have the opportunity to participate in the conduct of public affairs directly or through freely chosen reps. You could argue, yeah, everyone gets a vote, whether you live in Millmerran or Newtown, but do you really have that opportunity in reality, to have a winning chance of getting a majority of people in this region as the electoral system is currently designed? And therefore, do you really have that right to directly participate in these things? I just worry that we are not complying with the Human Rights Act there. It also says that people should have access on general terms of equality to the public service and to public office. Again, if you live in Clifton, do you really have the same equal opportunity to become a councillor as somebody who lives in Toowoomba. Look around. Who lives outside Toowoomba? Here. Look around and think.
That's it, Councillor
I
Sean?
can't quite hear you, Councillor Taylor. I can't quite hear you. Do you want to interrupt me? No? Right.
Beg your pardon, Councillor Carroll, did you have?
No, I thought Councillor Shine finished.
No, well, he's very close, I'd say.
Yep.
Councillor Sean.
I'm attempting to get there. The aim of the motion is to keep the ward system remaining under consideration. That's true enough, especially because it was done already in Ipswich, and I believe it can be achieved at a cost significantly less than what has been estimated. My feeling today was that the major stumbling block to this, as a result of the contents of the report, would be the financial implications. And I'm really sceptical as to whether or not those worries which emanate from that report because of that estimate are not likely to be well founded after full examination. Finally, we are often reminded that we are here to represent what the people want. And that was raised, interestingly enough, in that recent issue of that development out at Cotswold Hills. We had a lot of petitioners there, 170. We should listen to what the people want. That was the argument. Well, let's listen to what the people want now, based on, if you attended the forums, what do they want? And I think the answer is pretty obvious.
Thanks, Councillor Sean. Councillor James, just before I go to the vote.
Yeah, sorry, can I, with your indulgence, Mayor, can I, through you, apologise to the group and in particular to Councillor Shine if in my debate I gave the impression or suggested that you were against the next item. That certainly wasn't my intent, so I apologise if that was...
Sorry.
Thanks, Councillor James, appreciate that. So, councillors, we have a motion before us. It is the proposed motion at the top of the screen that council resolve to defer consideration of the electoral arrangement review until the budget review 1/2024. Can I have indication of those in favour of the motion by show of hands? Okay, and indication of those against the motion? The motion is lost. We go to the foreshadowed motion. Councillor Bill, I have read this out. Will there be need for debate, councillors? Therefore, Councillor Bill, I'm happy for you to speak to that motion. The previous vote can be recorded, certainly can be. We'll have it on video or press the buttons. Councillor Bill, happy for you to speak to this motion.
I'll wait until the end.
Okay. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Tim.
Thanks, Chair. And can I say thanks to Councillor Bill for his work on this, and I do actually appreciate your lived experience in this, although it differs from, I think, what we've all heard very clearly in the last 4 months, that Council is not being represented adequately across Toowoomba region, the big, vast, broad Toowoomba region, and people are constantly crying out, we need a better structure around this, right? And this motion is to take no further action in relation to developing. I feel like it's premature to say we're going to take no further action. We've had a report today that says you can go whatever way you want, but whatever way you choose to go, probably asking the community would be the next step, right? And so our job is to, should we go to the next step, one way or another, we've got to ask the community. And I kind of feel personally that to say we take no further actions on the community's wishes before we ask the community is premature. And with respect, that's why I'm speaking against this. I was interested in the report.
Sorry, Councillor Tim, I apologise. Just Connie's picked me up. I haven't got a seconder for that motion. So just before you get too carried away, it mightn't even get anywhere. So, Councillor Bill, you've obviously moved it. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor James. Okay, we've on the table. Sorry, Tim, I just want to get our process right there.
No, that's
Continue
all right,
on.
Chair. Thanks for, you got to be interrupted sometimes. I don't know, I won't start again, but I'll just say thanks, Councillor Bill. And I appreciate your lived experience. I feel it's premature to say we take no further action before we have a report that says whichever way you go, the next step is to ask the community, and we haven't asked the community. My reading of the report that came to us today is broad, varied and interesting. And I note that in attachment 5, which isn't in confidential, when Ipswich was looking at how to change their electoral structure, they actually benchmarked it against other councils. And that's in attachment 5. Most councils of around our number of people, around 1 to 2,000 square k's. We sit here just 1 or 2 k's short of 13,000 square kilometres. We are a big, vast, broad area, right? Now, when you do that per councillor, as the report in attachment 5 does, it means by the 11 of us, we're at about 1,300 k's each, compared to a divisional council of Ipswich that are around, 40 to 50 kilometres each, square kilometres each. The very fact that we have such a broad, vast thing, broken down geographically of 1,300 k's each, means we've got to be looking at something else here. The attachment itself mentions each and every one of the 53 small towns outside of Toowoomba City that make up our region, from A to Z, Ackland to Yarraman and everything in between. 53 towns. Now, our community is crying out to us to say we need a better way to cut up the pie and make sure that they're getting proper representation. I again say, nothing in this report so far today says how we cut up the pie, but the next step, the valid step, is to ask the community what they want and how we should do that. As far as community consultation, my opinion on this, colleagues, is that there's already been a fair bit of community consultation, and that's the 2024 elections that we've all run in the last 4 months. One thing of note, if you study the booths like, well, I do, and I'm sure most of you do, the town of Yarraman had a 17.5% informal vote. Friends, that's almost 1 in 5 people in Yarraman gave an informal vote, and I'll tell you the reason for that. It's because they didn't know who their councillors were, couldn't find 10, right? And we owe it to the people in Yarraman to give them a voice to say, hey, maybe you should take an interest, a greater interest in Toowoomba Regional Council elections. And I note across Queensland, these conversations have happened after the 2024 elections. I note that in Gladstone, to our north, they're a large undivided council, and some of their outlying regions of, Agnes Waters and those kind of things had an equally or higher informal vote number, and their response was, we need to look at divisions for that. Now, I say that we need to get our community on board here, and that I'm not prepared at this point to say council take no further action in this, rather that we need to, at some point, actually ask the community properly and formally what the community wants. I will also, just in closing, Chair, pick up on what level of community consultation we need, and this idea that we need 30, 40, 50% of the community to respond to get it to the point that we need to, because that was raised early today. The Ipswich 2019 one had 1,049 responses out of 190-something thousand people, and 1,049 was enough to be considered by the Change Commission. That's a solid amount of community consultation, and we'll take that. Now, they are made up of written and all the rest of it, and we don't really need to break that down further. I'm sure that if we ask the outlying regions of Toowoomba region, really, what do you want to know about this? I'd love to see a percentage similar to that done by Toowoomba region. So they're my reasons with respect to speak against this motion, as I think we really need to ask the community properly what they think before we say no. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. A speaker for the motion. Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I won't go on with what I said before, but they're pretty much all valid along those ways. The only things I'd add with this is, again, to me, the next item that's coming could be more or less viewed, as we say, we've got to do things differently. We've got to do things differently. It's probably a contemporary, different way at looking at having representation in those areas. And that's what this is about. At the crux of it, it's about representation and providing people in those areas that we feel need more support, more accessibility, whatever it may be. And I think we can flesh that out through our next item. And who knows, we could be really, really innovative here, and come 3-4 years' time, this model has been so successful that it's something that's potentially rolled out across other local governments as a way of having and maintaining representation in those larger areas. And again, I'll say what I said before. If I've heard respectfully the reasons that are being put forward, if you heard so loudly at the last local government elections that you know what the people want, why are we deferring? Just press go. If you're that sure, just go for it. But that's not what's been put before us. There's the motion that's been defeated, obviously, is to defer. So I think this is, as I said, this is our way of shaping the face of the region, of regional representation, of community consultation, of community empowerment through the next item that's coming. And that's why I support this. Because as I said before, I haven't got the book closed on wards or divisions because I don't really know. But what I'd love to see is how this next model that's been put forward, how it performs, and you might have an idea of, okay, this might be the answer. And I reckon we get a fair indication from the people afterward if that's what is voted in favour of the next item. When it's done, we'll know how well we have represented those people in those regions. We'll know how successful it's been. And if it's not successful, we now know the steps in the process of what has to be undertaken if we want to take this next step. So that's why I'm in favour of this motion.
Thanks, Councillor James. Just Bailey, you wanted to pick up on something?
Yeah, just for clarity, the paper says the cost could be between 650 to 1.4. It just depends the construct and the quality of the work that you want to do. The paper's been prepared on the resolution for us to consider whether you should lodge an application, and obviously there's things you've got to do to support that application. So the cost range we've put in there is 650 to 1.4. There is no internal staff structured to run this project this stage, so you would need to look at our structure to assist councillors to complete the project. So staffing has not been allocated. Essentially I'd be assisting and coordinating, but we'd need to get some additional staff to help run the project. In regards to, look, this is all respect and sometimes I have to give advice on the run, is that one of the critical issues, the runway of timing. The reason we've brought this to you now is how long it takes to get this processed. I'm not the finance person in the room, but budget review 1 is December. That means that starting this project, I wouldn't really get into it till February next year. The runway is shortening. These things can take 3 to 4 years. So as Councillor James said, look, if you're going to start this project, now is what you're saying, let's go. Do you know what I mean? So if you defer it to December and we start in February, December, people are away, and January. So you've got to look at your runway as well, because the last thing this council needs is criticism that it wasn't lodged in time and processed in time. Sorry to give you that advice on the run. So, there'd be nothing worse than getting all the community support, getting everything in the runway, and then finding out that we just didn't have enough time to affect it. It could be achievable, but that's one of the considerations. If it was the existing budget that's coming up next, that runway probably works, but essentially BR1 is December, councillors. But that's just my comments.
Bailey, a speaker against the motion, Councillor Trevor.
Just to carry on with Councillor Tim's, no further action be taken, or no further action in relation to developing. I believe those words should be taken out. We have got a model that's coming up in the next motion that, as Councillor James said, we can press the button and it can start within a few weeks. That period of time over the next 1 year, 2 years, 3 years will be the consultation we will need, and that'll be from all councillors to give feedback if we have to relaunch the ward division model. If this the next motion that's coming up works, that could be our in-house ward division model. So it could work, but at least we can press start on that one straight away and get that moving. But I'm happy with everything else in the foreshadowed motion, but we need to take that little bit out, no further action.
Just to comment on that, it's come from the previous motion from October. It says council resolved to engage a qualified consultant to prepare by June 24 a divisional election arrangement paper for council to consider, i.e. electoral divisions, mapped area and number of councillors to represent the electoral division. So what this motion is saying that no further action is taken in relation to those words, developing a divisional election paper. There's nothing stopping a council at a future time to actually revisit this. And there's nothing stopping
that's
that.
good clarity too. For the fact is that
just references that
what
motion.
Kerry's motion was with a ward division system can't come back at
It's
a particular
council
time.
at any given time can.
Okay, thank you.
Forward. Yeah, it's just referencing to that motion that was part of it. So you weren't really against or asking a question? Okay. Anyone against the motion? Councillor Shine.
At the risk of repeating myself, I just want to address Councillor James's remarks as to his point. Main point was, well, why not go ahead with it now? The simple reason is it wouldn't be passed today. That's why. And my hope was that a compromise that if the real concern was the cost of it, then we would wait till the R2 to see if we could afford it or not. But no, hidden reason other than that. I would love it to go now and get on with it and make sure it is in effect at the next council election. But anyway, as to this one, I oppose it simply because it's contrary to what I want to see. Obviously, if this is successful, then we get on to the Mayor's motion down the track. I'll probably support that because any consultation is better than none. But can I use this opportunity, because I won't be able to speak if I'm not opposed to it. I'll say that I'm sceptical simply because my experience with the rotation, and the new councillors wouldn't know what this is. Thank God for thank God. It just is not a good system at all. We can turn up. The last time I did it was 4 councillors sitting in the park at Crow's Nest, and nobody came to see us except officers of the council. And God willing, this will all change now, and people will want to come to see the 3 councillors who will be out there because it's apparently a changed system. And my feeling is this: what works in the country areas is what you see the local member doing. Happens to be Pat Weir, but it would be the same any representative of a country electorate. Everyone knows him. They know where to contact him, know who he is, what he looks like, and all the rest of it. And this system that's going to be proposed is that they might develop a bit of familiarity with one of the 3 of us, or 3 of us. But at the end of the 12 months, it'll be another 3, a different 3, then another different 3 after that. There won't be that intimacy that people, you have to be blind not to see that affection that people have.
Councillor Shine, you're actually dealing with the next item. Happy for you to speak against it when you get to that, if you like.
I knew that, but other people were dealing with the next item as well.
Yeah, but you're actually in a debate of speaking against it. So happy for you to do that if you wish to. Speak in favour. Councillor Rebecca, question.
Mayor, with your indulgence, a question. Just picking up on what Mr. Garchard just said, the previous motion to defer and that timeline, would it have then ruled out the ability for the whole project to be delivered anyway?
No, it
Okay,
just
thanks.
creates timeline risk.
Okay, so we're up to speaker for the motion. If anyone wants to speak for the motion, we'll go to Councillor Bill to sum up.
Thanks, Chair. Councillors, I ask for all of us to think, like I said prior, what is the principal reason why we're here, and representation is only part of that equation. It's about being a good steward of the community's interest around really important priorities and pressures that we need to deal with rather than add a layer of complexity, in my view, and administrative burden, which comes at a cost to ratepayers, to administer what I would call the devolution of into a potentially divisional budget. And I'm more than happy to unpack that at a later stage with any councillor about what I personally observed. And it wasn't unique. And that's why Ipswich went from a single member division or single member to a multi-member, because it was identified that councillors were too close to operational matters and got themselves into trouble. So I want to genuinely look forward to the future, and that is the reason, with the idea of consultation. Point 2 very clearly talks about consultation, and with any organisation, and this is no exception, this organisation, this large organisation of over 1,700 people, there's evolution around the organisational structure, there's evolution around the issues, and there's evolution of elected representatives. It's called a local government election. So we need to be able to, in a continuous improvement process, ensure that we are connecting, as Councillor James has more than ably put, with our community, and we look to do that continually amongst how we evolve. Now, we don't need to call consultants in to do that. We don't need to draw arbitrary lines on a map where you potentially miss out on accessibility to 11 councillors, or at least the majority of those 11 councillors turning up on your doorstep to listen to your issue, rather than 1 or 2 divisional councillors. And what happens if you get a dud, if you're the rep, if you're the community member out there? You know, that's the flip side for me, and it always has been. So accessibility is the issue, and I don't see a model, an arbitrary line on a map, changing accessibility over a geographic area that we've got to cover. We've still got to manage the same amount of roads and the same amount of networks, same geographical area, and the local government divisions have given us, with our banding rating on council, 11 councillors. No more, no less. So I think I recall Councillor James making a comment, and it was a really good one, a while back. And it was the fact that there are generations of voters out there now that don't even have an idea of what pre-amalgamation was like. They don't even know what divisional representation is, and they're quite happy by and large, because, you know, and I will confidently say this, by and large, the voters are quite happy by the reinstallation of every single councillor that chose to stand, plus 2 new ones. That's a pretty good acid test of the sentiment of the majority of the community out there. So it's in our best interest to engage with a percentage. Forums were not the major percentage of feedback during the election campaign, and I say that with confidence, having been through four elections where there's been forums present. They are not the major percentage of feedback across this region. They are a smaller percentage of feedback. And that is both city folk and regional folks. And I hate to use those terms because we're a one TRC here. So I commend this to you, my colleagues. How do we move forward? And I very much stress, and I've had the conversation with a few around the room here, and I am very, very focused personally on this initial model being put up as a model to evolve. It is by no means an answer, but it is a very positive step, and I thank you, Mayor, for your input on that. your design on that, and I am very keen to work with how we evolve that collectively as a team to actually genuinely connect with our region, right across the region. So I commend this to you, and I think we need to draw a line in the sand for now and move on and get on with the business of council and how we take people on a journey with us. Because we are on a steep curb, and we heard it in the financial reports this morning, and challenges ahead of us. So we need to have a level, balanced approach to what the real big issues are and how we minimise the impacts to everyone. Doesn't matter whether in Yarraman, Clifton or Toowoomba or anywhere in between, how we minimise the impacts to everyone. Thanks, councillors.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. Okay, councillors, we have the motion before us. Number one, the council take no further action in relation to developing a divisional election arrangement paper for council to consider, i.e. electoral divisions, mapped area and a number of councillors to represent the electoral division. Two, the council remain focused on continual improvement with our intentions across the community by investigating other service models to facilitate accessibility to elected representatives. Moved by Councillor Carl, seconded by Councillor James. Those in favour? Okay, those against? Like your votes recorded as well? Votes recorded for that one. Thanks, Connie. Very good. Thank you, Bailey, for your assistance there today. Do appreciate that. And might I say, it's good discussion in regard to that item, and it leads, I guess, into this next one. However, with a collective view of always wanting to improve, I think this next one probably hits on our shared view to do that, and how that lands will be up to council. So item number 13.1 is the next item. And councillors, it's in the report. The motion before us is simply that council receive the proposed councillor community engagement model, attachment 1, as the basis for a workshop to determine the terms of reference and a commencement date. I'm not sure if anyone needs me to talk any further at that. I think we've had a fair discussion on it. Anyone happy to move the motion? Moved by Councillor Melissa, seconded by Councillor Bill. Anyone need to go into debate? No debate. We'll close the debate. We didn't start it. We'll close it. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors, for your support, and this will be a really good opportunity for all of us to actually shape how we do this in a really positive manner. So I very much appreciate the support. Councillors, item number 14 is general business for council, and Councillor Rebecca did flag, and it is now on general business, a motion to come forward. The first instance, though, Councillor Rebecca, just from a timing perspective, is that we need to, in accordance with best practice, example of standing orders for local government and standing committee meetings of March 2024, give permission be granted to consider at this stage. So, Councillor Rebecca, would you like to read your motion, and then we'll go to a vote as to whether you bring it forward? Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. The motion is that council review number 1, Local Law 1, Administration 2020, and number 2, Subordinate Local Law 1.12, Operation of Temporary Entertainment Events 2020.
Thank you, Councillor Rebecca. So, Councillor Carroll, are you happy to move to bring that to the table? Okay, well, let's go first, and I'll make a record of yours as seconding it. Moved by Councillor Carroll to bring it to the table. That's what this vote's for. We'll have a seconder to bring it to the table. Seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Those against? Okay. So, Councillor Rebecca, it's over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. As I said to my colleagues, I reluctantly bring a motion without notice, but it only came to my attention yesterday that several councillors, actually probably the majority of councillors who are here, met with residents last year in Hodgson Vale, and it was discussed that there might be an unintended consequence of a motion of a local law that was passed in 2020, and we had sort of thought that policy would come forward as in due course for a review, and I only realised yesterday that it's been dragging for a year, and the best course of action actually is to request as council that it comes forward for us to review. I'm not asking for any outcomes, just that we review that motion in case there are some unintended consequences that weren't initially considered.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rebecca. Are there any questions in regard to this? Councillor James?
Yeah, just a question probably to the mover or a suggestion. The thing with this, I'm in favour of it, but it is also, it's not just the local law, it's actually the planning scheme. And so the planning scheme is, with what we're talking about here is, under the planning scheme, they are lawfully doing what they are. So in terms, so it's encompasses all of it, but it possibly may, at a suggestion, may need, because that part needs to be reviewed with it as well as the local law.
Yeah, thank you. If I might, Mayor, thank you, Councillor O'Shea. You are spot on. And it was part 3 of when I was drafting this, and then I removed it because I thought we're not in a position to amend the planning scheme at this late stage of where we're at with the planning scheme. So it was my hope and intention that what is before us would take place and then be addressed in the planning scheme, which I understand is going out for review in September, so within a couple of months.
Councillor Rebecca, thank you, Councillor James. Councillor Rebecca, now Councillor Carroll, we've got you seconding that motion. Councillor Rebecca moving it. Just from a purpose of minute taking for this one, and you mentioned before around the Hodgson Vale example, can you just perhaps collectively we can turn our minds to just very simply a reason for it,
yep,
if you don't mind. Councillor Carroll might be able to help as a seconder as well in regard to that if you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through you. Connie, if you have the email that went to council business, there was reason for the motion included in that, but I can, if it is easier for me, I can just read it out. Easier for you if I can just read it out.
We'll see if we can get it, but would you like to read it out anyway, just from online perspective?
Sure. The reason for the motion: residents, including past councillors with knowledge of the intent of the aforementioned local laws, have raised with several current councillors unintended consequences that may impact the amenity of neighbouring residents where a temporary entertainment event is held.
I'll just get ask the CEO to make comment. Just you might just make a quick comment just to see if we can get if we need to adjust the wording.
Do you need to put the words temporary entertainment into your recommendation somewhere? Yep.
It's
just the temporary entertainment events, so there's no more guidance other than the temporary entertainment.
That's the issue that's been raised with us. This is, you know, in an ideal world, this would just have come as a review. Councillors would have been able to tinker. It's just that it's been dragging on, and it might not come back for a review for a couple of years. So to try and address the issue that residents have raised with us. That's why the temporary entertainment event is actually specified, because that's the subordinate local law that seems to be the issue.
Did you want to specify a timeline you're liking to have a look at that by?
We might just, from a timing perspective, we'll go to councillors and you can have a consideration of that if you don't mind. Councillor Carroll, you had your hand up in regard to the...
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is in an area that used to be part of my shire, a very short rural area on a dead-end road, and council refused a church along this street just some months ago. There has been one event there where there's been almost traffic accidents up onto Hodgson Vale Road from Parmenter Road, and what has happened because of these changes is that there has been a huge event that has been held in a paddock with no seemingly laws about what they can and can't have. They have mobile toilets, they run car events with clouds of dust and all those sorts of things. Then they come out onto a dead-end road, come out and then go to a T-junction onto Hodgson Vale Road, and that intersection with the New England Highway and Hodgson Vale Road I think for the last 5 years has had 2 deaths on it from car accidents. So, I mean, it really has evolved into this seemingly effects of the change of this local law and the subordinate local law has caused those people, we're talking about consulting with people, but the people who live in that whole neighbourhood have had dreadful impacts there with dust, cars and near accidents. And it's been, I believe, we spoke to the general manager, we went out and had a look at it, and I do have to say that when your email came, Councillor Rebecca, I was quite upset to think that no progress had been made on it. So I'm very happy. I think that we're talking about listening to people. We should be listening to these people and trying to change this. But I have to say to you, they're preparing for another big event, another big motorsport event that's in a paddock that's going to affect all this neighbourhood. And it's not just up that road, it's the whole neighbourhood.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Bill?
Thanks, Mayor. Councillor Rebecca, I'm just looking, or look maybe to you, CEO. Councillor James makes a really good point. The overarching document being the planning scheme. I'm just wondering how we might, don't necessarily think it ends up in a motion, but we need to have some surety that we're not trying to change a subordinate local law, and the premise on which we're founding that is insufficient. So how do we coordinate communication across the branches, both planning and development and the compliance officers, to come up with a reasonable outcome if this is to be ahead of the planning scheme review? Now, the planning scheme review is one thing, but then it has to go through consultation. So it's quite an extensive period, as you know. It could take in excess up to 18 months to get out of the Minister's office once we send a final after public consultation. So it's quite a lengthy process. So how do we ensure there's some coordination to try and get some best interim outcome?
So just apologise, just talking with the CEO in regard to the wording, is that the council review. I think what we're talking about here may give us a chance to do that, to have that discussion about what that means, which means perhaps the timing of it is more important. So have you got any consideration around some timing?
Well, Mayor, I mean, I would take my lead from the CEO about the availability of that coming back to us. I'm not sure how much work is involved in bringing this back to us, but timing probably is of the essence. Is it unreasonable to ask for a July review? Yeah, you laugh, so maybe that's a yes.
I can't answer that,
okay,
honestly, without talking to the officers that may be involved. I'm not sure the body of their work. Is there an expectation that you'd want to do an information session first?
I'd say as best practice.
I think we would definitely need that. So it might be the council review via an information session within the next 3 months or something like that, just to give some guidance.
And would that then feed into the timing for the planning scheme? Just maybe
September, yeah, probably would.
It would, but I think just, and I may be corrected on this at a later date, but my understanding is these are temporary events that are facilitated by the current planning scheme to allow specific temporary events to happen, because they're obviously not a permanent use of the land, and therefore the control mechanism in place is the temporary entertainment local laws that limit that. So depending on what the issues are, and if it's traffic, etc., you may be better off trying to tie those down within the temporary entertainment events local law and policy, rather than through the unless the intention is to prohibit those events. If the intention is to totally prohibit them, then you probably would need then to go probably locking that into your town planning scheme.
I wouldn't want to, through you, Mayor, I wouldn't want to prejudge the mind of the council. I'm not sure where that is. It's purely just calling for a review, because there has been an issue that's been raised with us councillors, and Councillor Taylor is correct. the particular incident that has precipitated this will be held again in August. And so the timing is maybe, you tell me, might even be unrealistic in that sense.
Yeah, and I'm also not, I'm uninformed about whether there was mechanisms within the existing policies and local laws that would have allowed us to condition it appropriately and we didn't condition it appropriately, or whether we are prohibited from doing that within the local law. So I'm not sure of what position the local law leads us into this point until we actually do that review.
Okay.
This may be an opportunity for the planning department to simply come back to councillors via a memo in the first instance to provide information on what it is, what roles are, now that there's an event coming up and we know that it's coming up. And then if a council decision is required to amend or do something, that would have to be then in July, I would say. So it might be the first instance a memo from the planning GM.
And through you, Mayor, thank you for that. To the CEO, do we need a motion for such?
Sorry, I don't think so. We can have a look at that with the implication of the town planning scheme and this, how they interact.
I think the issue is that it's sort of come to a point in council where multiple parties, bless you, Councillor McMahon, don't feel like that, you know, it feels like hands are tied everywhere. So how we untangle that in a time efficient way, that's the intent of what this is.
So, just by way of putting this on the table, it may be that the CEO works with the planning department in regard to a review of those items, aligned with the planning scheme, along with the regulations of the planning scheme, to see if there is. Because it's obviously this has come from the community as an issue, and normally the course of action would be, you know, a pathway. It goes through that system, and then it goes through. So this is really doing a pathway, to be fair, and then it needs. But the pathway's in there, but the answer that's come from the pathway is obviously not what the community wants.
If I can clarify, the pathway response has been that officers can't do anything until there's a strategic review by council.
Right. So if that's the case, the council review, so you probably don't need the planning scheme. No, we'll include that. But it will need a information session, perhaps, to come back here.
Information session that will include the planning scheme and that.
An information session to include the implications from the planning scheme on those items. So we're just going to finalise that. Connie will sort that out. Councillor Bill and Councillor Trevor.
Yeah, Chair, I note the CEO's comments before, and there's two different components. And he mentioned an important word there around exclusion of temporary event, and that's a planning scheme land use planning issue. I don't think that any of us would like to see temporary events excluded across the region, because there are all sorts of events that happen. So I note his comment before, and the nuance was that it could be addressed with a subordinate local law review as to the terms that fell under that local law. So I don't think we should say one or either. We just should say that a review, and the CEO has given an undertaking to ensure us there will be an information session. We'll be able to ask questions about the implications of both the planning scheme and the local law and the timing and what's possible in the interim and then the longer term. I would imagine I'll have a few questions around that at that information session myself. So I just wouldn't like to see us lock us into planning scheme stuff unnecessarily. We might be able to get a more interim result. We may be able to, we may not. So.
That's fine. The CEO's just got some wording here that we'll announce. Maybe council may wish to consider something along the lines of, and it's, if it's acceptable to the mover, that the CEO arrange for an information session for a preliminary review of local law number 1, subordinate local law number 2, and its interaction with the planning scheme.
That seems, on first reading, that seems agreeable to me.
It's the third element of that starts with the CEO. Councillor Rebecca, Councillor Carroll. It's the slight change on it, just to reflect more the process of what we'll undertake. Chief Executive Officer arrange an information session for a preliminary review, local law number 1, administration 2020, and subordinate local law 1.12, operation of temporary entertainment events 2020 and their interaction with the planning scheme. Councillor Rebecca moved. Councillor Carroll, second. Anyone need to go into debate? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay. Councillors, we move then to item number 15, which is the closing of the meeting to the public for reasons that are set out for the reasons that we need to close the meeting, be it a budgetary perspective or an employee perspective or legal, and therefore it's proposed that we close the meeting to the public. Can I have someone move to close the meeting? Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We'll close the meeting and then we've got Okay, Connie, when you're ready? You're ready? Okay, thank you. We'll move then back to 16.1, councillors, and the motion will be there before us. The motion is that council approves 1, the creation of a new position of Manager Project Delivery Crestbrook Dam Safety Improvement Project, responding to the General Manager Water and Waste Services, and 2, the position to be appointed under a fixed-term executive employment contract for a duration of no longer than 6 months post-completion of the Crestbrook Dam Safety Improvement Project, construction activities estimated at 3 years. That's the motion before us. Have someone moved? Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Okay, then we move to 16.2, which is the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report. And the motion before us is that the council note the Chief Executive Officer's advice. Have someone move that? Moved by Councillor Trevor, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Those in favour, we'll go again. Gary, thank you. Brilliant. That motion is carried unanimously. So, councillors, due to your very fine work earlier of shuffling, and I really do appreciate the consideration to move the agenda today, the consideration for that, and it's something that I really do appreciate. So, that being the case, councillors, there is no further items for today's meeting, and therefore the meeting is closed. Thank you very much.